Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're heading to a city that got the ultimate plot twist. 1 minute it's a bustling port full of wine, gossip and questionable business deals, and the next it's a time capsule buried under 20 feet of volcanic fury. Pompeii. The ancient Roman city that everyone thinks they know from history class, except here's the thing. It wasn't just some sleepy Italian town. It was basically the ancient world's version of New York meets Miami, where merchants from 3 continents rubbed shoulders in the marketplace, and you could hear half a dozen languages before you'd even finished your breakfast. So before we dive into the chaos, hit that like button if you're ready to see Pompeii like you've never seen it before, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? What's your local time? I love knowing who's on this journey with me. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's step back 2,000 years to a city that was way more complicated, way more diverse, and way more alive than any textbook ever told you. Because tonight we're walking the streets of the real Pompeii, and trust me, it's nothing like the postcard version. Ready? Let's go. So let's talk about what Pompeii actually was before Mount Vesuvius decided to hit the ultimate reset button on the whole operation. Picture this. It's around 79 CE, and you're standing at the docks of Pompeii on the Bay of Naples. The air smells like salt water mixed with fish sauce, and we'll get to that particular Roman obsession later, trust me. And everywhere you look, there's movement. Ships from across the Mediterranean are unloading their cargo. Merchants are shouting prices in half a dozen different languages. Someone's arguing about the exchange rate between Roman denarii and Egyptian drachmas, and honestly, currency conversion was just as annoying back then as it is today, when you're trying to figure out if that souvenir is actually a good deal. This wasn't some sleepy provincial town where everyone knew everyone else's business, and the most exciting event of the year was the Harvest Festival. No, Pompeii was a legitimate hub, a crossroads where cultures collided, traded, ate each other's food, borrowed each other's gods, and occasionally got into fistfights over business deals gone wrong. The kind of place where you could meet a merchant from Alexandria at breakfast, buy Spanish olive oil from a trader at lunch, and overhear someone speaking Greek, Oscan and Latin, all in the same argument about whether the fish were fresh that morning. Now for the longest time, historians kind of assumed that Pompeii was, Italian, Roman, full of Romans doing Roman things in a very Roman way. Seemed like a reasonable assumption, right? Except here's where modern science walks in with a metaphorical folder of DNA results and says, actually, about that. Recent genetic research on the skeletal remains found in Pompeii has revealed something that would have made ancient immigration officials very confused if such a thing had existed. The population was wildly diverse. We're talking people with ancestry from across the Italian peninsula, sure, but also significant numbers of individuals whose DNA traces back to the Eastern Mediterranean, modern-day Turkey, Greece, Lebanon, and North Africa. Egypt primarily, but other regions too. Which, when you think about it, makes perfect sense. Pompeii wasn't landlocked in the middle of nowhere. It was sitting right there on one of the most important waterways in the ancient world, during the height of a Roman power when the Mediterranean was essentially a Roman lake called, without any irony whatsoever, Mare Nostrum, our sea. If you could sail there, someone eventually would, and they'd probably try to sell you something when they arrived. The Roman Empire was many things, brutal, efficient, occasionally deranged, but it was also accidentally cosmopolitan in a way that catches modern people off guard. As long as you paid your taxes and didn't cause too much trouble, nobody cared particularly much where you came from or what gods you worshipped at home. Their version of multiculturalism was basically do whatever you want, just don't interrupt commerce and don't forget who's in charge. So Pompeii ended up being this incredible mixing bowl of cultures, which must have made daily life absolutely chaotic in the best possible way. Imagine the marketplace, the forum on any given morning. You'd have local campanians selling their vegetables and grains, Egyptian merchants hawking papyrus and exotic perfumes, Greek traders dealing in wine and philosophy, usually in that order, Syrian businessmen managing the textile trade, North African dealers offering everything from wild animals for the arena to specialty foods. The linguistic situation alone must have been a nightmare for anyone trying to conduct business without at least 3 languages under their belt. Latin was the official language, the language of law and administration, and all those tedious official documents that Roman bureaucracy loved to produce. But in the streets, in the shops and taverns and brothels, you'd hear Oscan, which was the local indigenous language that predated Roman conquest. You'd hear Greek because educated Romans spoke Greek the way modern professionals speak English. It was the language of culture, sophistication, and showing off at dinner parties. You'd hear Aramaic from the Syrian traders, Punic from the North African merchants, probably some Egyptian, definitely some confused attempts at translation when someone's wine-soaked brain couldn't quite remember which language they'd started the sentence in. The graffiti on the walls of Pompeii, and there's a lot of it, because apparently humans have always enjoyed writing random things on surfaces they don't own, reflects this linguistic chaos. Most of it's in Latin, sure, but you find Greek phrases, Oscan words, even the occasional attempt at writing phonetically in a language the writer clearly didn't know how to spell. One piece of graffiti translates roughly to, "I made bread," which seems aggressively mundane until you realise it was probably written by a baker who'd just learned to write and was extremely proud of this fact. Another says, "Whoever loves, let him flourish. Let him perish who knows not love," which is either very romantic or very dramatic, depending on how much wine the author had consumed. Unfortunately, they didn't include timestamps or sobriety ratings. But let's get back to this multicultural stew of a city and what it actually meant for daily life. The marketplace, the Macellum, would have been the beating heart of this international exchange. Archaeologists have found evidence of goods from all over the known world passing through Pompeii's shops and stalls. Spanish fish sauce, which was apparently the premium brand if you were particular about your fermented fish products. North African grain. Wine from across Italy and beyond. Luxury goods from the East, silk, spices, precious stones. Glass from Egypt and Syria, because the Romans were absolutely obsessed with glass once they figured out how to make it decorative and not just functional. The food situation alone must have been wild. You'd have traditional Italian staples, grains, vegetables, olive oil, local wine, rubbing shoulders with imported delicacies that would have seemed impossibly exotic to anyone who'd never left their hometown. Dates from North Africa. Spices from the far reaches of the empire and beyond, brought along the trade routes that connected Rome to India and even China, though the Romans had only the vaguest idea where that silk was actually coming from. Their geographical knowledge got a bit fuzzy past Persia, and honestly, they weren't too concerned about the details as long as the luxury goods kept arriving. What's particularly fascinating is how this diversity shows up in religious practices. Pompeii had temples to the traditional Roman gods, obviously, Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, the whole pantheon showing up to collect their offerings, and presumably ignore them in the grand tradition of distant and unhelpful deities. But you also had a temple to Isis, the Egyptian goddess whose worship had become fashionable among Romans who wanted something more emotionally engaging than the state religion's rather dry offerings. There's evidence of mystery cults, those secretive religious societies that promised their members special knowledge and presumably better afterlife seating arrangements. There were probably Jewish residents, given the significant Jewish population in Rome and other Italian cities. Religious pluralism wasn't a philosophical ideal, it was just what happened when you crammed enough different people into one city, and they all brought their gods with them. The houses themselves tell stories of cultural exchange. Roman architecture mixed with Greek design principles mixed with Eastern decorative elements. You'd find homes with Egyptian motifs in their frescoes, Greek-style columns, local Campanian building techniques, all jumbled together in ways that made perfect sense to the people living there and probably give architectural purists headaches today. One wealthy merchant might have a dining room painted with scenes from Greek mythology, a garden designed like a Persian paradise, and furniture imported from across the Mediterranean. Cultural appropriation wasn't really a concept they worried about. If it looked good and you could afford it, you bought it. Now, speaking of wealthy merchants, we need to talk about the elephant in the room, or rather the massive, obvious, impossible-to-ignore social hierarchy that defined every aspect of life in Pompeii. Because while we're painting this picture of a diverse cosmopolitan city where cultures mingled and traded freely, we absolutely cannot ignore the fact that this was also a deeply stratified society, where your birth largely determined your destiny, and social mobility was about as common as vegetarian options at a gladiatorial feast. Let's start from the top and work our way down through the layers of Roman society, because the architecture of the city itself reads like a three-dimensional textbook on inequality. At the apex, you had the patricians, the old money families who'd been wealthy and important for generations and weren't about to let anyone forget it. Their homes were essentially palaces disguised as residences, and if you've ever seen photos of Pompeii's fancy villas, these are the places that make tourists stop and stare and wonder how anyone built anything that nice without power tools. The House of the Faun, for instance, covered an entire city block. An entire block. That's roughly 3,000 square meters of prime real estate dedicated to making one family extremely comfortable. It had multiple atria, those open-air courtyards that were the centerpiece of wealthy Roman homes, 2 peristyles, which were basically columned gardens designed to make visitors feel inadequate, and enough rooms for every family member to have their own personal crisis without disturbing anyone else. The floors were decorated with intricate mosaics, including the famous Alexander mosaic that depicted Alexander the Great defeating the Persians, which was essentially the ancient equivalent of hanging a Picasso in your foyer to let guests know you had money and culture to spare. These mansions followed a specific architectural formula that practically screamed wealth and status. You'd enter through a grand entrance, no sneaking in the back door, into an atrium, which was an open courtyard with a pool in the centre to catch rainwater. This wasn't for practical purposes, though the water was useful. This was a statement. The atrium was where the family displayed their wealth, their art collection, their ancestor masks, all the portable status symbols that said, "Yes, we're important, thank you for noticing." Behind the atrium, you'd find the tablinum, which was essentially the patriarch's office where he'd conduct business and receive clients, and generally hold court like a man who'd never questioned his place at the top of the social order. Beyond that, the really wealthy homes had peristyles, colonnaded gardens that were designed to look like slices of paradise transported directly from Greece. Fountains, statuary, carefully manicured plants, all arranged to create a sense of peaceful luxury that was completely at odds with the noisy, crowded, frankly smelly city outside the walls. The Romans who could afford it essentially built themselves private resort complexes right in the middle of town, complete with their own water features at a time when most people were fetching water from public fountains. Not exactly subtle, but subtlety wasn't really the point. These houses had multiple dining rooms, triclinia, because the wealthy needed different spaces for different types of entertaining. There was the formal dining room for important business dinners, the casual dining room for friends and family, probably a summer dining room for hot weather, and a winter one for cold, because why have one of anything when you could have several? The dining rooms featured elaborate frescoes on the walls, decorated ceilings, and couches arranged around the table because Romans ate lying down, which sounds relaxing until you think about the logistics of actually consuming food in that position without choking. The bedrooms, cubicular, were generally small, which seems odd in such large houses until you remember that Romans spent most of their time in public spaces. The bedroom was literally just for sleeping, and possibly for storing your personal items if you were lucky enough to have any. But even these small private rooms in wealthy houses featured decorated walls and comfortable furnishings, because apparently having money meant never encountering a plain surface. The kitchens in these grand homes were workspaces, not showrooms, because wealthy Romans weren't doing their own cooking any more than modern billionaires are personally scrubbing their toilets. The kitchen was where enslaved people prepared elaborate multi-course dinners using recipes that could take days to execute properly. We know from Roman cookbooks, yes, they had those, that wealthy Romans ate things like flamingo tongue, dormice stuffed with pork and pine nuts, and elaborate dishes involving ingredients from 3 continents, prepared using techniques that would make modern fusion cuisine look restrained. But here's the thing that really drives home the inequality. These massive houses sat on the same streets as buildings that could charitably be called vertical slums. The contrast wasn't across town or in different neighbourhoods. It was immediate, jarring, right there in your face every single day. Next to or across from a house that covered an entire city block, you'd find buildings called insulae, apartment blocks, where regular people lived in conditions that would make modern housing inspectors weep. Actually calling them apartment blocks gives them too much credit. These were poorly constructed, often dangerous buildings that housed multiple families in cramped quarters. The wealthy built tall, up to 4 or 5 stories, to maximize profit from rental units, but they built cheap because building codes were more like building suggestions. The ground floors usually contained shops and workshops, which meant the residents upstairs got to enjoy the noise, smells, and occasional fire hazards that came with having commercial activity directly below their living quarters. Very convenient for emergency shopping, less so for, sleeping or breathing clean air or surviving structural collapses. The rooms in these buildings were tiny. We're talking spaces that might be 10 or 12 square meters, about 100 to 130 square feet, for an entire family. No running water, obviously, because plumbing was for rich people. No private toilets, because those were also for rich people. No climate control, which meant roasting in summer and freezing in winter, with nothing but whatever blankets you could afford and maybe a small brazier that came with the exciting possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning as a bonus feature. The furniture would be minimal, perhaps a bed, a table, a storage chest if you were doing well for yourself. Most people didn't own enough stuff to require much storage space anyway. which was one way to solve the clutter problem. Lighting in these apartments came from oil lamps, which meant your evening hours were dim and smoky, and you went to bed early because lamp oil cost money, and sitting in the dark was free. Entertainment was whatever you could create yourself or find in the streets, because nobody was coming to your fourth-floor walk-up to perform. The smell situation probably ranged from unpleasant to actively hostile, between human bodies, cooking odours, chamber pots, and whatever the shop downstairs was producing. The Romans burned incense, which helped, but only in the same way that air freshener helps when what you really need is a proper ventilation system and an understanding of germ theory. The truly poor, and there were plenty of them, lived in even worse conditions. Single rooms subdivided among multiple people. Spaces above taverns or workshops where the noise never stopped and the fumes were probably carcinogenic, though nobody knew that word yet. Some people lived in tiny rooms cut into the backs of buildings, essentially closets with delusions of grandeur. Others probably squatted in abandoned structures or lived in arrangements that were one step removed from homelessness. The ancient sources don't talk about these people much because wealthy Roman writers weren't particularly interested in documenting poverty unless it was to complain about beggars or praise their own charitable donations. But here's where archaeology gets really interesting because bones don't lie about social class. Modern scientists have done isotopic analysis on skeletal remains found in Pompeii, and it's revealed a stark divide in what different classes of people ate. Isotopes are variants of chemical elements that get incorporated into your bones based on what you consume, and they leave signatures that persist long after you're dead. It's like a dietary receipt written in your skeleton, which is either fascinating or deeply creepy depending on your perspective. The isotopic analysis shows that wealthy Pompeians ate a diet rich in protein, particularly animal protein. We're talking regular consumption of meat, beef, pork, lamb, which was expensive and therefore a status symbol. They ate seafood, lots of it, because Pompeii sat right on the coast and wealthy people could afford the good catches. They consumed dairy products. Their diet was varied, nutritionally diverse, heavy on the foods that required resources to produce. These people weren't just eating to survive, they were eating for pleasure, for status, for the social performance of wealth that came with serving elaborate meals to friends and clients. The poor, meanwhile, had an isotopic signature that tells a very different story. Their bones show a diet based primarily on grains and legumes. We're talking porridge made from barley or wheat, bread if they could afford it, beans and lentils as protein sources. Some vegetables, whatever was cheapest at the market or could be grown in small gardens. Meat was an occasional luxury, if that. Fish might appear in the form of garum, that fermented fish sauce we mentioned earlier, which was made from the parts of fish that wealthy people didn't want, and then fermented until it was basically liquid umami. The poor used it to make their grain-based meals less boring, which was probably the best they could hope for in terms of culinary excitement. The isotopic data also shows differences in childhood nutrition. The children of wealthy families show evidence of better nutrition from a young age, which shouldn't be surprising but is still sobering to see written in their bones. They grew taller, developed stronger bones, had better dental health. The children of poor families show signs of nutritional stress, periods where they didn't get enough to eat, deficiencies in key nutrients, the biological evidence of growing up hungry in a city full of food they couldn't afford. This dietary divide wasn't just about calories or nutrition, though those mattered enormously. It was about fundamental differences in life experience. Wealthy Romans ate meals that were social events, entertainment, opportunities to display generosity and sophistication. A dinner party in a wealthy home might feature 9 courses. Yes, 9. With elaborate presentations, exotic ingredients, entertainment between dishes. They'd recline on their couches, served by enslaved people, discussing philosophy or politics or gossip while working their way through dishes like roasted peacock, oysters from Britannia, and elaborate desserts featuring honey and imported fruits. This wasn't just eating. This was performance art using food as the medium. Poor Pompeians ate to survive. Their meals were functional, repetitive, probably pretty boring by modern standards. You'd have your morning porridge, maybe some bread if you could get it. At midday, more bread, perhaps with some olive oil if you were feeling fancy, maybe some cheap wine watered down until it barely qualified as alcoholic. Evening might bring another porridge or a stew made from whatever was affordable, beans, onions, maybe some greens, occasionally a tiny amount of meat or fish if there was money for it. This was sustenance, not celebration. The goal was to have enough energy to work the next day, not to enjoy the experience. The taverns and street food vendors, thermopolia they were called, provided another option for people who couldn't or didn't want to cook at home. These were the ancient Roman equivalent of fast food joints, and Pompeii was absolutely loaded with them. Recent excavations have revealed that there were more than 80 thermopolia in this relatively small city, which suggests either that the Romans really loved eating out, or that a significant portion of the population didn't have adequate cooking facilities at home. Probably both, honestly. A thermopolium was basically a shop with a counter that had large clay jars, dolia, set into it, filled with hot food that was sold to passers-by. You'd find stews, soups, hot wine, probably some form of fast bread or grain-based snack. The quality ranged from decent to questionable, depending on the establishment and how much you were willing to pay. The frescoes and decorations in some of these places suggest they had regular customers and a certain level of pride in their offerings. Others were probably the ancient equivalent of that sketchy takeout place you only visit when you're drunk and desperate. But even these street food options weren't equally accessible to all classes. The wealthy might grab a snack from a thermopolium while out conducting business, but it was a choice, not a necessity. The poor relied on these places because they didn't have private kitchens, didn't have enslaved people to cook for them, didn't have the space or equipment to prepare meals at home. A tiny room in an insula might have a small brazier for heating, but nothing you could really call a kitchen. So you bought your hot meals from vendors, which meant spending money every day on food that was probably nutritionally inferior to home-cooked meals, but was your only practical option. And then, at the bottom of this social hierarchy, we need to talk about the enslaved people, because any discussion of Roman society that doesn't address slavery is telling a fundamentally dishonest story. Slavery was everywhere in Pompeii, woven into every aspect of the economy and daily life to a degree that makes it impossible to separate out. Modern estimates suggest that perhaps 1/3 of Pompeii's population was enslaved, which means roughly 1 out of every 3 people you passed on the street was legally considered property. Enslaved people did everything. They worked in wealthy households as cooks, cleaners, personal attendants, tutors for children, entertainers, secretaries. They laboured in shops and workshops, producing goods and running businesses for their owners. They worked in the agricultural operations around the city, farming the fertile volcanic soil that made Campania wealthy. They operated the taverns and thermopolia we just discussed. They performed the hot, dangerous, exhausting work in bakeries. Pompeii had at least 30 commercial bakeries, and they were largely staffed by enslaved people who worked in conditions that would violate every modern labour law simultaneously. The bakeries are particularly telling because we can see exactly how the work was done. The grain had to be ground into flour, which meant turning massive millstones by hand or, more commonly, by having enslaved people walk donkeys or other animals around in circles for hours on end. The work was repetitive, boring, and physically demanding. The flour then had to be kneaded into dough, shaped into loaves, and baked in large ovens that kept the workspace unbearably hot. A shift in a Pompeii bakery meant spending hours in heat that would make modern factory conditions look comfortable, producing bread that you probably couldn't afford to buy for yourself. The bones of enslaved people found in Pompeii tell stories of hard labour and physical stress. They show evidence of arthritis and joint problems in young adults, suggesting repetitive strain from constant work. They show healed fractures that didn't receive proper medical care. They show nutritional deficiencies because enslaved people ate the cheapest possible food their owners could provide. Enough to keep them working, but nothing more. The isotopic analysis we discussed earlier. The people at the very bottom of that nutritional ladder were enslaved people who survived on whatever scraps and cheap grains their masters allocated. Some enslaved people in Pompeii had it relatively better than others, which is a grim sentence to write but reflects the reality of Roman slavery. Enslaved people who worked in wealthy households, particularly those with valuable skills, might receive decent treatment, adequate food, even occasional privileges. A talented cook or educated secretary might be valued enough to receive better living conditions and the possibility of eventually buying their freedom or being manumitted by a grateful owner. Enslaved people who worked in shops and had regular contact with free customers might have slightly more autonomy and perhaps the opportunity to earn tips or small amounts of money on the side. But relatively better still meant being property. It meant having no legal rights, no protection from abuse, no ability to refuse unwanted sexual advances from owners, no recourse if you were beaten or sold or separated from family members. It meant that your children were born into slavery, automatically owned by your owner. It meant that everything about your life, where you lived, what you ate, what work you did, who you could marry if you were allowed to marry at all, was subject to someone else's whims. The kindest master in Pompeii still owned human beings, and no amount of good treatment changes that fundamental cruelty. The Latin language barely had a word for enslaved people as individuals. They were servi slaves, defined entirely by their status as property. The Romans discussed them in economic terms, as investments to be managed for maximum return. Legal texts debated questions like whether you could return an enslaved person who turned out to be unsatisfactory, as if they were defective merchandise. Even sympathetic Romans who wrote about treating enslaved people well did so in the context of property management. Treat your tools well so they last longer, that sort of logic. The idea that enslaved people might have inherent human rights was so far outside Roman thinking that they barely had the conceptual vocabulary to express it. The spatial arrangement of Pompeii's houses reflects this hierarchy. Enslaved people in wealthy households typically slept in the smallest, worst rooms, sometimes just spaces under staircases or in corners of kitchens. They had no privacy, no personal space, no escape from their work because their workspace and living space were the same place. The wealthy family they served lived in decorated splendour mere meters away, sleeping in comfortable beds, eating elaborate meals, completely dependent on enslaved labour, while simultaneously treating enslaved people as barely human. In workshops and commercial establishments, enslaved people often lived on the premises, sometimes chained to prevent escape. Archaeologists have found evidence of shackles, chains, small locked rooms that served as prisons for enslaved people who were considered flight risks. The famous Villa of Mysteries, outside Pompeii's walls, has a room that appears to have been a prison for enslaved workers, complete with evidence of restraints. The casual cruelty of it is staggering, holding people in chains while they performed the labour that made your business profitable. We know from ancient graffiti and writings that enslaved people ran away when they could. There were professional slave catchers who made a living tracking down runaways and returning them to owners for a reward. Advertisements for runaway enslaved people have been found in various Roman cities, describing individuals, offering rewards, threatening punishment. The fact that running away was common enough to support a whole industry of catchers tells you everything you need to know about how enslaved people felt about their conditions. Some enslaved people in Pompeii managed to buy their freedom. The Romans had a manumission process where enslaved people could become freedmen, liberty, though they still owed obligations to their former masters and occupied an awkward middle ground in society. Not enslaved anymore, but not fully free citizens either. Freedmen could own property, conduct business, even become wealthy, but they carried social stigma and legal restrictions. Their children born after manumission would be free citizens, which provided motivation to endure continued subordination in hopes of a better future for the next generation. The Romans considered this system generous, which tells you a lot about Roman values. The tombstones and memorial inscriptions in Pompeii's necropolis, the cemetery outside the city walls, show the final manifestation of this social hierarchy even in death. The wealthy had large monuments, elaborate tombs, inscriptions praising their virtues and listing their accomplishments. They were buried with valuable grave goods, jewellery, coins, pottery, everything they'd need in the afterlife if the afterlife accepted material bribes. Their tombs lined the roads leading into the city, essentially billboards advertising the family's status for eternity. Poorer free citizens had simpler markers, smaller spaces, maybe just a name carved into stone if anything at all. Many were probably buried in mass graves or paupers' fields that left no archaeological trace. Enslaved people, unless they'd been particularly valued by their owners or managed to save enough to buy a burial spot, often ended up in unmarked graves. Their lives left minimal archaeological footprint because they owned nothing, built nothing that bore their names, and were intentionally excluded from the commemorative practices that might have preserved their memories. The social geography of Pompeii mapped this hierarchy onto physical space. The best real estate, large plots near the forum, houses with sea views, properties close to important public buildings, went to the wealthy. The commercial districts mixed classes because business happened there, but even so you could read the social order in who owned shops versus who worked in them, who lived in apartments above commercial space versus who owned the building. The industrial areas, fulling operations, dye works, tanneries, anything involving unpleasant smells or processes, were pushed to the edges of the city, along with the poorest residents who couldn't afford to live anywhere else. Public spaces theoretically served everyone, but even there hierarchy persisted. The amphitheatre had seating assigned by social class, the best seats in the lowest rows for the elite, higher seats for ordinary citizens, the worst views for everyone else. The public baths technically admitted all free citizens, but wealthy Romans had private baths at home and only visited public baths for socializing or business meetings. The theatre followed similar patterns. Even entertainment venues that were meant to be communal experiences reinforced social divisions through architecture and seating arrangements. The Forum, the central public square, was perhaps the most genuinely mixed space in the city, because commerce and civic life brought everyone together. But even there, you could read the hierarchy in who was buying versus selling, who was conducting official business versus begging at the margins, who arrived carried in a litter by enslaved bearers versus who walked everywhere because they couldn't afford alternatives. The wealthy moved through Pompeii in a bubble of privilege, surrounded by enslaved attendants, conducted from their private palaces to public spaces and back again without much contact with how the other 9/10 of the population lived. What's particularly striking is how normalized this inequality was. Romans didn't really question whether their social system was just. They assumed it was natural, ordained by the gods, simply the way things worked. The wealthy believed they deserved their wealth because of superior virtue, talent, or divine favor. The poor were poor because of moral failings, lack of ambition, or bad fortune. Enslaved people were enslaved because they had been captured in war or born to enslaved parents, and this was simply their fate. The philosophical school of Stoicism told people to accept their lot in life with dignity, which was convenient advice when you were wealthy and destabilizing when you were enslaved. So the popular versions of Stoicism tended to emphasize the accepting your fate part while downplaying the part about all humans having equal moral worth. There were no social safety nets, no welfare systems, no government programs to help the poor. Charity existed but was sporadic, unreliable, and often came with humiliating strings attached. Wealthy Romans might distribute food to the poor during festivals or give handouts to their clients. Poorer free citizens who formed a sort of permanent dependent class, but this was patronage, not justice. The wealthy gave to demonstrate their generosity and reinforce their superior position, not to address systemic inequality. Recipients were expected to be grateful, supportive, and willing to provide political backing or other services in return. The economy ran on this exploitation. Pompeii's prosperity, its position as a successful port, its thriving commerce, its beautiful public buildings and private homes, was built on the backs of enslaved people and poor workers who received minimal compensation for their labor. The archaeological beauty that draws tourists today was created by people who lived and died in conditions we'd find unacceptable. Every stunning fresco was painted by someone who probably couldn't read the philosophical dialogues depicted in the image. Every elaborate mosaic was placed by workers whose own homes had dirt floors. Every grand villa required an invisible army of enslaved people to maintain it. When we look at Pompeii today, we're seeing the material culture of the privilege preserved in volcanic ash. The stuff that survived, the houses, the art, the luxury goods, belonged disproportionately to the wealthy because they owned most of the valuable objects worth preserving. The possessions of the poor, being minimal and made from cheap materials, often didn't survive or weren't considered worth careful excavation and preservation. So our view of Pompeii is inherently skewed toward the experiences of the elite, and we have to work consciously to remember and reconstruct the lives of everyone else. This is where modern archaeological techniques become crucial. Isotopic analysis, DNA studies, examination of skeletal trauma, analysis of food remains in humble contexts. These methods let us recover voices and experiences that the ancient sources ignored. They let us see beyond the propaganda of the wealthy who commissioned fancy tombs proclaiming their virtue, and into the physical reality of bodies that bore the marks of hard labor, poor nutrition, and social violence. They remind us that Pompeii's cosmopolitan sophistication came at a profound human cost, and yet people survived in this system. They found moments of joy, created communities, formed relationships, made meaning in their lives despite the grinding inequalities that structured their existence. The graffiti on Pompeii's walls includes love notes, jokes, philosophical musings, complaints about bad service, advertisements for upcoming events, all the messy humanity that persists regardless of social circumstances. Someone who spent their days grinding grain in a hot bakery still found time to scratch a joke onto a wall. Someone who lived in a fourth-floor walk-up with no running water still wrote a poem about their sweetheart. Life happened in the margins of the social hierarchy, between the rigid structures of class and status. The streets of Pompeii mixed these worlds daily. You'd see a wealthy merchant in a fine toga stepping over a beggar. A senator's litter would pass an enslaved person carrying water from the public fountain. Street vendors would call out prices to customers who ranged from elites slumming it with common food to poor workers spending their meagre wages on ready-made meals. Children from different social classes probably played together in the streets when their parents weren't watching, though they'd be segregated again as they grew and learned their places in the hierarchy. This was the reality of Pompeii on that August day in 79 CE, when Vesuvius exploded and buried the entire social pyramid under layers of ash and pumice. The wealthy died in their villas, surrounded by their possessions, often trying to flee with their valuables. The poor died in their cramped apartments or in the streets where they'd been caught by the eruption. Enslaved people died in the bakeries and workshops where they laboured, sometimes still chained to their workstations. The volcanic ash didn't discriminate. It killed everyone it touched regardless of social status. Though even in death, the wealthy had a better chance of being found by excavators because their homes and belongings were more substantial and more interesting to early archaeologists. So when we imagine the moment before it all ended, when Pompeii was still alive and functioning and arguing about fish prices and gossiping about scandals and conducting business deals in half a dozen languages, we need to hold both realities in our minds simultaneously. It was a sophisticated, cosmopolitan, culturally rich city where people from across the Mediterranean mingled and traded and created a vibrant urban culture. It was also a deeply unjust society built on slavery and exploitation, where your birth determined your destiny, and most people lived in conditions that range from uncomfortable to barely survivable, while a small elite enjoyed luxury that modern wealth can barely match. That's the real Pompeii. Not the sanitized postcard version, not the romantic ruins divorced from human reality, but a complex, contradictory place where people lived all the complications of human existence within structures of inequality that they mostly accepted as natural. Understanding that complexity, holding space for both the achievements and the injustices, is what separates tourist-level knowledge from actually grappling with history. And that's what we're here to do tonight. Look at this city with clear eyes and see it whole, in all its messy, uncomfortable, fascinating reality. Let's dig deeper into what this actually meant for specific individuals, because statistics and generalizations only tell us so much. The skeletal remains from Pompeii include a man who died in his early 20s, found in what was clearly a humble dwelling. His bones show evidence of heavy labour from childhood. Compressed vertebrae, joint deterioration consistent with repetitive lifting, healed fractures in his forearms that probably came from workplace accidents. The isotopic analysis of his teeth, which form in childhood and preserve a record of early diet, shows periods of malnutrition. This man probably started working before his body was fully developed, never ate particularly well, and died young in a city full of food he couldn't afford. He had a name, probably had people who loved him, definitely had hopes and dreams and moments of happiness. But what survived for us to study are the physical traces of a hard life. Compare that to the skeletal remains found in the House of the Golden Bracelet, a wealthy villa where a woman died wearing jewellery that would cost a fortune today. Her bones show none of the stress markers, no evidence of heavy labour, better childhood nutrition, and she lived into her 40s, ancient by the standards of the poor but fairly typical for wealthy Romans who had access to good food, clean water, and the luxury of not performing backbreaking labour daily. The inequality isn't abstract when you can literally see it written in bone density and joint condition. The architecture tells similar stories when you know how to read it. Take the Insula, apartment building discovered on Via dell'Abbondanza, one of Pompeii's main streets. The ground floor had a shop selling food and drink, which sounds convenient until you remember that ancient shops didn't have glass windows that closed. The opening to the street was basically a large hole in the wall shuttered at night with wooden boards. So the residents upstairs were living directly above a commercial establishment that was open to street noise, street smells, and street dust during business hours. The smell of cooking food would have been constant, and while that might sound pleasant, imagine it when you're hungry and can't afford what's being prepared below, or when the shop's been cooking the same stew for 3 days and the ingredients weren't particularly fresh to begin with. The stairs to the upper floors in these buildings were narrow, steep, and poorly lit. No handrails, obviously. Those cost money to install and maintain. If you were carrying water from the public fountain, climbing these stairs must have been a nightmare. Water is heavy. A typical Roman amphora could hold about 20 litres, which is roughly 40 pounds of water, and you're carrying this up 4 flights of stairs in the dark because your lamp oil ran out and you couldn't afford more. This was daily life for a significant chunk of Pompeii's population. Not an occasional hardship, but the routine reality of existing without infrastructure. The windows in these apartments, when they existed, were small and often faced air shafts rather than streets. This wasn't for privacy, it was because wall space was valuable and large windows weakened the structure. So your living space was dim, poorly ventilated, and probably smelled like whatever was happening in the other apartments since ancient walls weren't exactly soundproof or airtight. Your neighbours' cooking smells, arguments, crying babies, late-night activities, you got to experience all of it whether you wanted to or not. The Romans didn't have a concept of privacy the way we do. It literally didn't exist as an option for anyone outside the wealthy elite who could afford enough space to create it. Let's talk about a specific example that really drives home the daily reality of class difference: water. The Romans were engineering geniuses when it came to water management. They built aqueducts that carried water from distant sources into cities, created distribution systems that supplied public fountains, and even had rudimentary sewage systems. Wealthy homes in Pompeii had private water connections, pipes that brought running water directly into the house, feeding fountains in their gardens, supplying their private baths, providing that ultimate luxury of not having to think about where your water came from. Some particularly fancy houses had hot water systems where enslaved people would heat water over fires and pipe it to private baths. Imagine that level of comfort when your neighbours are hauling water containers up 4 flights of stairs. The public fountains, there were about 40 of them scattered throughout Pompeii, were beautifully made structures, often decorated with carved faces that spouted water into stone basins. Very picturesque. Also absolutely necessary for survival if you didn't have a private water connection. These fountains ran continuously, which seems wasteful until you remember that Romans didn't have taps they could turn on and off. Water either flowed or it didn't, and the overflow from the fountains ran into the street drainage system, which at least helped with cleaning the streets even if it did create a perpetually damp environment that modern city planners would find horrifying. If you were poor, your relationship with water was one of constant labour. You'd fill your containers at the fountain, and there would be a queue, because everyone else needed water too, then carry them back to your apartment, probably climbing those terrible stairs we discussed. You'd need water for drinking, obviously, but also for cooking, washing, any kind of cleaning, and for your chamber pot, which needed to be diluted before you dumped it in the street or carried it to the public latrines. An average person needs several litres of water per day just for survival, more if you're doing physical labour in the Mediterranean heat. Multiply that by your family size and suddenly you're making multiple trips to the fountain daily, carrying heavy containers, waiting in line, all just to have access to something the wealthy took completely for granted. And bathing. Let's talk about Roman bathing culture because it reveals so much about the intersection of public life and private privilege. The Romans were famously enthusiastic about bathing, and Pompeii had several bath complexes that were open to the public for a small fee. The Forum baths, the Stabian baths, the central baths that were under construction when Vesuvius erupted. These were elaborate facilities with hot rooms, warm rooms, cold rooms, exercise areas, all heated by a hypocaust system where fires heated air that circulated under the floors and inside the walls. Genuinely impressive engineering that provided what was essentially a sauna experience nearly 2,000 years ago. But here's the thing. While the baths were public in the sense that any free citizen could pay to enter, they weren't free. The entrance fee was minimal by wealthy standards, perhaps the equivalent of a loaf of bread. But if you're living on the edge of subsistence, spending money on bathing is a luxury you might skip. Plus, the baths had different hours for men and women, and they were busiest after work hours when everyone wanted to clean up and socialise. So if you were a labourer who finished work exhausted and barely had money for food, the social ritual of the baths might not be accessible. You'd wash at home with cold water from the fountain, using a cloth and a basin, getting yourself clean enough to not be offensive but not enjoying any of the thermal luxury that wealthy Romans considered essential to civilized life. Wealthy Romans, meanwhile, might visit the baths as a social activity, meeting friends and business associates, getting massages from enslaved attendants, having their body hair removed with bronze tweezers, because apparently that was the standard, which sounds painful but was considered necessary for a polished appearance. They'd exercise in the palestra, swim in the pool if there was one, sit in the hot rooms sweating out the toxins while discussing philosophy or politics. Bathing for them wasn't just hygiene, it was recreation, networking, a display of having enough leisure time to spend several hours getting clean. The truly wealthy, of course, didn't need public baths because they had private ones at home. The house of the Menander, for instance, had its own bath complex with heated rooms and a cold plunge pool. You could be filthy at noon, decide you wanted a bath, and have enslaved people heat the water and prepare everything while you finished your lunch. No waiting, no crowds, no fee, no exposure to the common masses with their common germs and common conversations. Just you, your household, and the ultimate luxury of cleaning yourself in private whenever the mood struck. Let's examine the food situation more closely because it's where the inequality becomes almost absurdly visible. We mentioned that isotopic analysis shows the wealthy ate meat regularly, but let's talk about what that actually meant. A wealthy Roman dinner party, a proper convivium, not just a family meal, might feature dishes like sow's udders, roasted dormice, thrushes, oysters, mullet, elaborate concoctions involving both meat and fish in the same dish, vegetables in exotic sauces, fruits imported from across the empire, and wine that had been aged for decades in clay amphorae. The Roman cookbook Apicius, which survived the centuries and gives us recipes from this exact period, includes instructions for things like Parthian chicken, which requires the chicken to be stuffed with various ingredients, including its own chopped organs, and minutal marinum, which is essentially a seafood stew that calls for pretty much every expensive fish you can imagine. These weren't practical recipes for everyday eating. These were showpiece dishes designed to impress guests and demonstrate that the host could afford ingredients that most people would never taste in their entire lives. The preparation of these meals required skill, time, and a fully staffed kitchen. Enslaved cooks in wealthy households trained for years to master Roman culinary techniques. They learned to make sauces from scratch, to present dishes artfully, to coordinate multiple courses so everything arrived at the optimal temperature. They worked in hot kitchens over wood fires, tasting dishes they probably couldn't eat themselves, creating culinary art for people who would consume it in a few minutes and then vomit in a vomitorium to make room for the next course. Yes, that was actually a thing wealthy Romans did at extended dinner parties, deliberately purge so they could keep eating. Not exactly the picture of sophisticated dining, but there we are. Meanwhile, in a fourth-floor apartment, dinner was whatever grain-based meal could be prepared with minimal equipment and fuel. Pulse was a common dish, essentially a porridge made from barley or wheat, maybe with some beans thrown in for protein if you were lucky. You'd boil your grain in water or cheap broth, possibly add some oil if you had it, season it with garum if you could afford it, and that was dinner. Every night. For years. With occasional variations when you could afford vegetables or on rare occasions when someone brought home a bit of fish or meat. The bakeries of Pompeii produced thousands of loaves daily. Archaeologists have found carbonized bread still sitting in ovens, preserved by the volcanic ash. The standard loaf was round, divided into 8 sections for easy breaking, made from wheat flour for those who could afford it or barley flour for those who couldn't. Wheat bread was softer, tastier, more prestigious. Barley bread was cheaper, coarser, more filling, the food of labourers and poor people. You could tell someone's social class by what kind of bread they bought, which meant that every meal involved a subtle reminder of your position in the hierarchy. The truly destitute ate bread that was even cheaper, made from mixed grains, probably stale because day-old bread sold at a discount. Or they didn't eat bread at all, subsisting on porridge made from the cheapest grains available, flavoured with whatever free seasonings they could scrounge. Some people probably went to bed hungry regularly, not because there wasn't food in Pompeii, the city was full of food, but because they couldn't afford it. Poverty in a wealthy city is its own special kind of torture. You're surrounded by abundance you can't access, walking past shops full of food you can't buy, smelling cooking you can't taste. The enslaved people who worked in these bakeries, meanwhile, existed in a special category of food insecurity. They ate whatever their owners provided, which was generally the absolute minimum required to keep them alive and working. Grain-based meals, scraps from the owner's table if they were lucky, old vegetables that weren't good enough to sell. The isotopic analysis shows that enslaved people in Pompeii had the worst nutrition of any group, worse than the free poor, who at least had some choice in what they bought with their meagre resources. Enslaved people ate what they were given, and were grateful if it was enough to ward off hunger. There's a particularly grim discovery from one of Pompeii's mills, where archaeologists found the remains of a donkey still attached to the grinding wheel. The animal had been working when the eruption hit, and it died in harness, literally worked until the moment of death. The symbolism is almost too on the nose. Right next to it they found the remains of an enslaved person, also at their workstation. 2 beings, one human and one animal, both reduced to tools in service of profit, both dying at their posts. The Romans would have seen nothing unusual about this. That's just what mills looked like during operating hours. Let's shift to talking about clothing, because that's another area where social stratification was literally visible on people's bodies. The toga, that famous Roman garment that shows up in every movie about ancient Rome, was actually worn only by male Roman citizens, and even then primarily by those who could afford it. A proper toga was a massive semicircular piece of wool cloth, roughly 6 meters by 2 meters when laid flat, draped around the body in a specific way that required either practice or help from an enslaved person who knew the technique. It was hot, heavy, restrictive, and completely impractical for any kind of actual work, which was exactly the point. The toga was a status symbol that said, I don't do manual labor just by existing on your body. If you showed up wearing a toga, everyone knew you were a citizen, probably had some money, definitely had enough free time to deal with keeping the damn thing properly arranged because it shifted and came undone if you moved too vigorously. The toga candida, the whitened version worn by political candidates, where we get the word candidate, was even more impractical because it had to be bleached and cleaned constantly to maintain that pristine white appearance. Nobody accidentally wore a toga. It was a deliberate choice to participate in formal Roman civic culture. Wealthy men would have multiple togas for different occasions, the standard white one for daily wear, a darker one for mourning, the toga praetexta with a purple stripe for magistrates, all made from fine wool, professionally cleaned by fullers who used urine and clay in the cleaning process. Yes, urine. The ammonia in old urine helped remove oils and set dyes, so the fullers of Pompeii collected urine from public toilets. There were actually collection jars set up for this purpose, and used it in their industrial process. The emperors even taxed the urine collection because apparently no potential source of revenue was beneath Roman fiscal policy. Working-class men wore tunics, simple, practical garments that were basically knee-length t-shirts made from wool or linen. Much more practical for actual labour, much cheaper to produce and maintain, and much more honest about the wearer's status. If you showed up in a tunic, everyone knew you worked for a living. Enslaved people wore tunics, often shorter ones, to differentiate them from free workers, sometimes with identifying marks or badges if their owners were particularly security conscious. The really poor wore tunics made from undyed wool because dye cost money, so they walked around in natural sheep colours that probably started off white and quickly became various shades of dirt brown. Women's clothing followed similar class patterns. Wealthy women wore the stola, a long dress-like garment, often with a pallor draped over it like a shawl made from fine fabrics, sometimes silk for the truly rich. They wore jewellery, gold, silver, precious stones, and had enslaved people to help them with their hair, which was styled in elaborate arrangements that required patience, skill, and those tiny bronze curling irons that archaeologists keep finding in Pompeii. The complexity of a woman's hairstyle was directly proportional to her wealth and status, because elaborate hair required paid help and hours of time that working women didn't have. Working-class women wore simpler tunics and dresses, practical garments that allowed for movement and didn't require help to put on. Their hair was simpler, pulled back, braided, covered with a cloth if they worked in food preparation or anything where loose hair was a hygiene issue. They wore minimal jewellery if any, and what they had was probably brass or bronze rather than precious metals. Enslaved women wore the simplest garments, often made from the coarsest fabrics, and their hair was kept short or severely pulled back because they didn't have time or resources for anything else. You could walk through Pompeii's streets and immediately clock everyone's social class just by looking at what they wore and how they wore it. Clothing wasn't personal expression, it was social communication, a visual system that told everyone where everyone else stood in the hierarchy. The Romans liked it that way. Ambiguity about status made them nervous. They wanted to know who they were dealing with, whether they should be deferential or dismissive, whether this person was someone worth knowing or someone to ignore. The same applied to personal grooming. Wealthy Romans were clean-shaven or carefully barbered, their hair cut in fashionable styles, their nails trimmed, their teeth cleaned with powders made from crushed bones and shells. They used perfumes and oils to smell pleasant, visited professional barbers who operated shops in the Forum, and generally maintained an appearance that required both time and money. Wealthy women removed body hair, whitened their skin with lead-based cosmetics, which was slowly poisoning them but they didn't know that, and painted their faces with various pigments. Working-class people were less groomed simply because they couldn't afford the time or expense. Men might shave occasionally or let their beards grow out. Women did what they could with limited resources. Everyone smelled like sweat and work because deodorant wasn't a thing, and bathing was episodic rather than daily for most people. The wealthy complained about the smell of the common people in enclosed spaces, which is rich coming from a civilization that thought lead water pipes were a great idea. but the complaints show up in enough ancient sources that we know it was a real divide. Personal hygiene was another marker of class. The wealthy cleaned their teeth with imported powders, used sponges on sticks for toilet hygiene. Yes, those famous communal sponges in the public latrines that everyone shared, which is as unsanitary as it sounds, and could afford olive oil for cleaning their skin. The poor made do with water, rough cloths, and whatever cleaning materials they could afford or improvise. Skincare was a luxury. Not having open sores or obvious infections was an achievement. Let's talk about something that doesn't get enough attention in popular depictions of Roman life: noise. Pompeii was loud. Not just occasionally noisy, but constantly, overwhelmingly loud in ways that would drive a modern person insane. The streets were narrow and packed with people, animals, carts, vendors shouting prices, craftsmen working in open-fronted shops, hammering, sawing, the clang of metal on metal from blacksmiths, animals bleating and grunting as they were herded to market or slaughter, children playing and screaming, street performers, beggars calling out for coins, and absolutely no noise regulations whatsoever. The wealthy could escape this by retreating to their private homes with thick walls and interior courtyards that buffered street noise. The poor lived in thin-walled apartments where noise from the street, from neighbouring units, and from commercial establishments below penetrated constantly. Sleep was something you managed between noise events rather than a peaceful nightly experience. The Romans even had laws about nighttime cart traffic, because the sound of wooden wheels on stone pavement was so loud that it kept everyone awake, so they banned carts from the city centre during certain hours. This helped the wealthy who lived near the Forum. Everyone else just dealt with the noise. Commercial activity was particularly loud. Fullers, the people who cleaned clothes, operated workshops where they trampled fabric in vats of urine and water, which was exactly as gross as it sounds and also quite noisy. Blacksmiths hammered metal all day. Carpenters sawed wood. Butchers chopped meat. Every trade had its own particular contribution to the urban soundscape, and since most shops opened directly onto the street with no sound barriers, you got to experience all of it whether you wanted to or not. The entertainment venues added their own noise. The amphitheatre could hold about 20,000 people, roughly the entire population of Pompeii, and when gladiatorial games or animal hunts were happening, you could probably hear the roar of the crowd from anywhere in the city. The theatre hosted plays and performances that involved music, singing, and dramatic declamation in a time before microphones when actors had to project to reach the back rows. Even temples weren't quiet because religious ceremonies involved music, chanting, animal sacrifice with all the sounds that entailed. For wealthy Romans, noise was an inconvenience they could mostly avoid. For everyone else, it was the inescapable backdrop of daily life. You learned to sleep through it, talk over it, think around it. The constant din was just another way that poverty meant sensory assault. You couldn't buy peace any more than you could buy clean water piped to your apartment. Privacy was similarly class-dependent. The wealthy lived in houses designed with private spaces, bedrooms away from public areas, gardens that were essentially outdoor rooms for family use, multiple spaces that allowed for separation and solitude. If a wealthy Roman wanted to be alone with their thoughts, they could retreat to their study or their private bath or their garden. Everyone else lived in conditions where privacy was essentially impossible. Multifamily buildings meant shared walls. Small apartments meant limited ability to separate from family members. Working from home, which was common for craftspeople and small merchants, meant your workspace was your living space. Children didn't have their own rooms. They slept in the same room as their parents or siblings, learned about sex by osmosis because there was literally nowhere else for adults to go, grew up understanding that personal space was a luxury they couldn't afford. Even private body functions weren't particularly private for most people. The public latrines, there were several in Pompeii, were communal spaces where multiple people sat on adjacent stone seats and did their business while chatting with neighbours. The Romans didn't find this odd. For them, elimination was a bodily function that happened in company, and the latrines were actually considered social spaces where you might run into friends or business associates. For modern people with our expectations of bathroom privacy, this seems horrifying. For Romans, it was just practical urban planning. The wealthy, again, had private latrines in their homes. They could defecate in solitude, which was apparently a premium feature of luxury living. The poor either used the public latrines or chamber pots that they'd empty into the street drainage, or at designated dumping spots. There were laws about dumping waste in inappropriate places, but enforcement was spotty and everybody did it anyway. The streets of Pompeii were cleaned regularly by running water through the drainage channels and by enslaved people employed in urban maintenance. But between cleanings, the streets were pretty gross. Waste management was another area where class determined experience. The wealthy had enslaved people to deal with their household waste, chamber pots emptied by someone else, garbage removed by someone else, all the unpleasant necessities of life handled by people who had no choice in the matter. Working class people dealt with their own waste, added it to the general urban grossness, and tried not to think about what they were stepping in when they walked through certain streets. All of this, the clothing, the food, the housing, the noise, the lack of privacy, the constant sensory assault of urban poverty, combined to create radically different lived experiences within the same city walls. A wealthy Roman and a poor Roman might walk down the same street on the same day, but they were effectively living in different realities. One saw Pompeii as a sophisticated urban centre full of opportunity and culture. The other saw it as a crowded, dirty, noisy, difficult place where survival was a daily challenge and comfort was an impossible dream. And throughout all of this, enslaved people moved through the city, visible but invisible, essential but dehumanized, performing the labor that made urban life possible for free citizens. They opened the shops in the morning, carried the water, cooked the meals, washed the clothes, cleaned the streets, staffed the bathhouses, worked the mills and bakeries, served at tables, raised children who weren't their own, provided sexual services to owners who considered their bodies property. They were everywhere and nowhere, their individual identities erased by their legal status as things rather than people. The archaeological record preserves glimpses of their presence: shackles, small austere rooms, workspaces designed for efficiency rather than comfort, graffiti scratched by people who technically weren't supposed to be literate but learned anyway. Sometimes we find evidence of resistance, small acts of sabotage or escape attempts. More often we find evidence of acceptance, people who made lives within the constraints of slavery because no other option existed. Both responses were valid. Both were tragic. This is what Pompeii actually was: a place of spectacular inequality, where wealth and poverty, freedom and slavery, luxury and desperation coexisted in such close proximity that you couldn't escape awareness of the gap. The city's population density, estimated at roughly 10,000 to 20,000 people, packed into an area of about 66 hectares, meant that these different social worlds collided constantly. You couldn't segregate the classes spatially the way modern cities often do. The rich and poor lived on the same streets, used the same public spaces, participated in the same civic events, and saw each other daily while inhabiting completely different versions of reality. And here's the truly unsettling part. Most Romans thought this was fine. This was natural. This was how society was supposed to work. The philosophers who wrote about virtue and justice owned enslaved people. The politicians who spoke about liberty and citizenship owned enslaved people. The poets who wrote about love and beauty owned enslaved people. The contradiction didn't seem to bother them because they didn't see enslaved people as fully human in the way that free citizens were human. The poor were unfortunate but necessary. Inequality was just nature expressing itself through social forms. So when we look at the preserved ruins of Pompeii today, when we marvel at the frescoes and mosaics and the frozen moment of Roman life, we need to remember whose lives got preserved and whose didn't. We need to look beyond the fancy houses that dominate tourist itineraries and imagine the apartments that collapsed into rubble, the workshops that left only foundations, the lives that were so marginal they barely left archaeological traces. We need to hear the noise, smell the smells, feel the press of crowds in narrow streets, and recognize that the past was not a cleaner, simpler, more noble time. It was a time when humans dealt with the same struggles we face now: inequality, injustice, the question of how to build a good life in an imperfect world, and they dealt with them in ways that were sometimes admirable and often terrible. Now that we've established what daily life looked like across Pompeii's social spectrum, the good, the bad, and the incredibly unequal, let's talk about something that united pretty much everyone regardless of class: food. Not access to food, obviously, because we've already covered how that was wildly uneven, but the cultural importance of food, the Roman obsession with eating as both sustenance and social performance, and the absolutely wild things they did in pursuit of flavour. Because if there's one thing Romans across all social classes agreed on, it was that bland food was an insult to civilization itself. The archaeological evidence for Roman cuisine in Pompeii is extraordinarily rich, and not just metaphorically. When Vesuvius buried the city, It preserved organic material in a way that rarely survives at other sites. We're talking carbonized food remains, residue in cooking pots, seeds and bones in drainage ditches, even preserved feces in the sewage systems, which is gross but archaeologically invaluable because ancient toilets are basically time capsules of dietary information. Modern archaeologists have gotten very good at analysing these remains, and what they've discovered is that Roman eating habits were way more complex and interesting than the bread and circuses cliché suggests. Let's start with the kitchen itself, because that's where the magic happened, assuming your definition of magic includes a lot of smoke, heat, and the constant risk of setting yourself on fire. Roman kitchens in wealthy homes were separate rooms, usually small utilitarian spaces tucked away from the fancy public areas, because nobody wanted their guests to see how the sausage literally got made. The kitchen would have a raised hearth, or a series of brick cooking surfaces where fires burned using charcoal or wood. No chimneys in the modern sense, just a window or vent that hopefully directed most of the smoke outside. Hopefully. The cook and their assistants, usually enslaved people as we've discussed, spent hours daily in these hot, smoky spaces preparing meals that they often couldn't eat themselves. The cooking equipment was surprisingly sophisticated. Archaeologists have found bronze and terracotta pots in various sizes, frying pans, grills, strainers, ladles, even a kind of ancient pressure cooker called a testum that was basically a clay dome placed over food to trap heat and steam. There were mortars and pestles for grinding spices and making sauces. Romans loved their sauces, as we'll get to shortly. There were cutting boards, knives of various sizes, hooks for hanging meat, storage jars for preserved foods. A well-equipped Roman kitchen had most of the basic tools you'd find in a modern kitchen, just made from different materials and powered by enslaved labour instead of electricity. But here's where it gets interesting. What were they actually cooking with all this equipment? The Roman diet was more varied than most people realise, though again, what you ate depended entirely on your social class and financial resources. The basic staples were grains, wheat, barley, sometimes spelt, which were ground into flour for bread or cooked whole into porridges and gruels. Vegetables included onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, lettuce, beets, turnips, radishes, and various legumes like lentils, chickpeas, and fava beans. Fruits included apples, pears, figs, dates, grapes, cherries, plums, and pomegranates. Nuts like walnuts, almonds, and chestnuts were popular. Olive oil was the primary cooking fat because butter wasn't really a Mediterranean thing, and nobody had discovered the joys of deep frying an animal fat yet. The protein situation varied wildly by class. Wealthy Romans ate meat regularly: pork, lamb, beef, goat, wild game when they could get it. They were particularly fond of pork, and archaeological evidence from food waste shows that pigs were butchered young, presumably because Romans preferred tender meat over the tougher flesh of older animals. They also ate poultry, chickens, ducks, geese, and were absolutely obsessed with dormice, which they raised in special jars and fattened up for eating. Yes, dormice. Those tiny, adorable rodents. Romans thought they were delicious, particularly when stuffed with pork and pine nuts. This will sound less appealing than it did to them, but culinary tastes are culturally determined, and Roman culture had decided that rodents were gourmet. Seafood was huge in coastal cities like Pompeii, obviously. Fish of all kinds: mullet, sea bream, tuna, mackerel, eels, you name it. Shellfish including oysters, which were farmed in beds and transported live across the empire because wealthy Romans would pay premium prices for fresh oysters. Squid, octopus, various crustaceans. The Mediterranean was their seafood buffet, and they exploited it enthusiastically. Fish bones in archaeological refuse heaps show that Pompeians ate both expensive fish like mullet and cheaper varieties like anchovies, depending on what they could afford. The wealthy got the whole fish, carefully deboned and presented artfully. The poor got whatever was cheapest at the market, bones and all. Now, finding food remains is one thing. Understanding how Romans actually cooked and ate this food is where things get wild, because we have an actual Roman cookbook that survived the centuries. It's called Apicius, after Marcus Gavius Apicius, a legendary gourmand from the 1st century CE, who was supposedly so obsessed with food that he killed himself when he realized he'd spent most of his fortune on banquets and couldn't maintain his lifestyle anymore. The cookbook attributed to him, though probably compiled later from various sources, gives us recipes that range from relatively normal to, what on earth were you thinking? Let me give you some examples. There's a recipe for Parthian chicken that involves stuffing a chicken with its own chopped organs mixed with pepper, lovage, ginger, ground meat, boiled spelt, eggs, garum. We'll get to garum in a minute, it's important. And various other ingredients, then roasting the whole thing. That's basically turducken, but with more internal organs and fewer other birds. There's a recipe for minotal marinum, a seafood stew that calls for pretty much every expensive fish and shellfish you can think of, cooked in a sauce made with wine, fish sauce, oil, and various spices. There's even a dessert recipe involving dates stuffed with nuts and cooked in honey, which actually sounds pretty good and is probably the most normal thing in the entire book. But then you get recipes like ostrich ragout and flamingo tongue, and various preparations involving animal organs that modern Western cuisine has largely abandoned. The Romans ate pretty much every part of every animal, waste not, want not. But the wealthy made a particular show of eating the weird bits because having access to flamingo tongues meant you had serious money and connections. Nobody was farming flamingos in Italy. Those birds had to be imported from Africa, and you needed to import a lot of flamingos to get enough tongues for a dinner party. The logistics alone are mind-boggling, and the ethical implications are probably best left unexamined. The interesting thing about these elaborate recipes is that they reveal Roman flavour preferences, which were very different from modern tastes. Romans loved sweet and savoury combinations. They'd put honey on fish, fruit in meat dishes, that sort of thing. They were obsessed with strong flavours and aromatic spices. Black pepper was highly prized and expensive, imported from India along trade routes that connected the Roman Empire to the Far East. They used herbs extensively, cilantro, mint, rue, oregano, bay leaves. And they had an absolute addiction to one particular condiment that showed up in nearly every recipe: garum. Garum. We need to talk about garum because it's simultaneously one of the most important and most disgusting food products in Roman culture. Garum was a fermented fish sauce made by layering fish, usually small fish like anchovies or sardines, sometimes just the guts and heads of larger fish that nobody wanted to eat, with salt in large containers and leaving it in the sun for weeks or months to ferment. The fish would break down, the enzymes would do their thing, and eventually you'd have a liquid that was basically concentrated umami in a jar. The solids would be sold as a paste called alec, which was cheaper and used by people who couldn't afford the clear liquid garum. The smell of garum production must have been absolutely vile. We're talking fish guts fermenting in Mediterranean heat for months. The Roman authorities actually required garum production to happen outside city limits because nobody wanted to live near a fermentation operation, which tells you everything you need to know about the aromatic situation. But the finished product? Romans couldn't get enough of it. Garum was the ketchup, soy sauce, and MSG of the ancient world all rolled into one. They put it on everything: meat, fish, vegetables, porridge, even desserts sometimes. It was the universal flavour enhancer, and Pompeii was a major production centre. Archaeological excavations near Pompeii have found garum production facilities with the large ceramic containers, dolia, used for fermentation still in place. Chemical analysis of residue in ancient garum jars has confirmed that yes, this was definitely fermented fish sauce, and yes, it had high concentrations of amino acids that would make food taste more savoury and delicious. Modern chefs who've tried to recreate garum using ancient recipes report that the finished product is actually pretty good once you get past the horrifying production process. It's similar to modern Asian fish sauces, which makes sense because the basic principle, fermenting fish in salt to create flavour compounds, is universal. Garum came in different grades and qualities, just like modern olive oil or wine. The premium stuff, garum sociorum from Spain, was particularly famous, could cost as much as perfume, and was reserved for the wealthy. Cheaper versions were available for people lower down the social ladder, though even the cheap stuff wasn't really affordable for the desperately poor. The poorest Romans probably made do with salt and hope when it came to seasoning their food, or used the solid alec paste, which was less refined but better than nothing. The garum trade was a major industry. Pompeii produced it, but so did coastal cities across the Mediterranean. It was shipped in distinctive clay amphorae that archaeologists can identify and trace to figure out ancient trade routes. Garum from Pompeii has been found as far away as Britannia and Gaul, which means Roman soldiers at Hadrian's Wall were eating fermented fish sauce that originated near modern-day Naples. The Romans were very good at industrial-scale food production and distribution, even if the specific products they were distributing would make modern food safety inspectors faint. Let's talk about wine, because Romans were enthusiastic drinkers, and Pompeii was surrounded by vineyards that produced wine for local consumption and export. The volcanic soil around Vesuvius, the same volcano that would eventually destroy the city, was incredibly fertile and perfect for growing grapes. The Campania region produced wines that were famous throughout the empire, and wealthy Romans kept stocked wine cellars with vintages from across the Mediterranean. Roman wine wasn't quite like modern wine, though. For one thing, they almost never drank it straight. Mixing wine with water was standard practice, and drinking unmixed wine was considered barbaric or a sign of alcoholism. The typical mixture was about 3 parts water to 1 part wine, though ratios varied based on the occasion and the quality of the wine. They'd mix it in a large bowl called a crater, and there were specific rules about who mixed the wine and how it should be done. The symposiarch, the person chosen to oversee drinking at a party, would decide the ratio, and everyone else had to accept their judgment, though naturally people would argue about it because Romans loved arguing about literally everything. They also added things to wine that would horrify modern wine purists. Honey was common, creating a drink called mulsum that was served as an aperitif. They'd add spices, pepper, cinnamon, saffron. They'd mix in rose petals or violets for flavour and aroma. They even added seawater sometimes, which sounds terrible, but apparently created a kind of salty sweet flavour profile that Romans enjoyed. Wine was a base ingredient for creating various beverages rather than something to be appreciated for its pure grape flavour. The whole modern concept of terroir and minimal intervention winemaking would have confused them. Why wouldn't you improve wine by adding delicious things to it? The wine storage situation is particularly interesting. Romans stored wine in clay amphora, large ceramic jars with pointed bottoms that were embedded in the ground or held upright in special racks. The jars were sealed with cork and pine pitch, which kept the wine from oxidizing but also added resinous flavours that became part of the expected wine taste. Modern experiments recreating Roman winemaking techniques using ancient grape varieties and amphora storage have produced wines that taste distinctly different from modern wines, more oxidized, more resinous, with unusual flavour profiles that take getting used to. The quality of wine varied enormously. The best stuff came from specific famous vintages and vineyards and cost a fortune. The fancy wine was aged for years or even decades. Pliny the Elder, who died in Pompeii during the eruption while trying to rescue people because he was apparently heroically stupid, wrote about wines that were 100 years old. Whether century-old wine was actually good or just expensive is debatable, but wealthy Romans collected it the way modern collectors hoard rare bottles. Medium-quality wine was what most people drank when they could afford it. Fresh, cheap, got the job done. And then there was the absolute bottom-tier stuff called Laura, which was made by adding water to grape pomace, the skins, seeds and stems left over from winemaking, and letting it ferment into a weak, sour beverage that was technically alcoholic but barely. This was what enslaved people and the very poor drank. Better than water, which was often unsafe but not by much. The wine trade has left spectacular archaeological evidence. Amphorae are everywhere in Pompeii, in cellars, in shops, in the ruins of collapsed buildings. Some still contain wine residue that can be chemically analysed to figure out what was in them. The amphorae have stamps and inscriptions that tell us where they came from, who produced the wine, sometimes even what vintage it was. It's like ancient wine labels, just carved into clay. Archaeologists have found wine shops, tabernae veneriae, that sold wine to customers who'd bring their own containers to be filled, essentially the ancient version of a liquor store. One particularly fascinating recent discovery is the thermopolium that was excavated with its contents largely intact. Thermopolia, those ancient fast food joints we mentioned earlier, served hot food and drink, including heated wine. This particular establishment had decorated frescoes showing the gods, had storage jars still containing food remains, and even had a section of painted menu on the wall. Chemical analysis of the food remains found traces of duck bone, goat, pig, fish, snails, and various plants. This wasn't fancy dining, but it was varied enough to be interesting, and it gives us a snapshot of what ordinary Pompeians were actually eating on a daily basis when they grabbed food from street vendors. The snails are worth mentioning because Romans were really into snails. They raised them in special gardens called cochlearia and fattened them up on wine and grains before cooking them. Snails were considered a delicacy, though apparently a delicacy accessible enough that fast food establishments served them. The Romans had a whole cuisine around gastropods that modern Western culture has largely abandoned, though the French kept the tradition alive. Every time you eat escargot, you're participating in a culinary tradition that goes back to ancient Rome, which is either charming or disturbing depending on your feelings about eating snails. The carbonized food remains found throughout Pompeii tell us even more about daily eating habits. In the House of the Chaste Lovers, which is unfortunately named because the frescoes are decidedly not chaste, archaeologists found carbonized bread still sitting in an oven, preserved exactly as it was when the baker fled or died. The loaves were round, divided into 8 sections stamped with the baker's mark. Analysis showed they were made from wheat flour, which means this was decent quality bread for people with money. In poorer areas, they found evidence of barley bread and bread made from mixed grains. They found carbonized figs, dates, prunes, and other preserved fruits. They found nuts. Walnuts are particularly common in the archaeological record, and chickpeas show up everywhere because they were a cheap protein source. They found evidence of honey use. Romans didn't have sugar, so honey was their primary sweetener, and they used it liberally in both sweet and savoury dishes. They've even found carbonized cakes and pastries, showing that Romans had a sweet tooth and the baking skills to satisfy it. The analysis of organic material in Pompeii's drainage systems and cesspits. Yes, people get graduate degrees in ancient feces analysis. It's a whole subdiscipline. Has revealed even more about diet and health. Intestinal parasites are common in the remains, showing that food hygiene wasn't great even for wealthy Romans. Tapeworms, roundworms, whipworms, Romans had them all, transmitted through undercooked meat, contaminated water, or vegetables fertilized with human waste, which was a common agricultural practice. Enslaved people show higher rates of parasitic infection, probably because they had less access to clean water and ate cheaper, less carefully prepared food. The parasite data also reveals information about trade and travel. Some parasites are endemic to specific regions, so finding them in Pompeii means either the person travelled there or ate food imported from there. One individual had a parasite species common in North Africa, suggesting either African origin or consumption of food from Africa. Another had parasites consistent with eating raw or undercooked freshwater fish. The gross details of ancient life tell stories that fancy architecture and beautiful frescoes can't. Now let's shift from what Romans ate to how they ate, because mealtime in Rome was a social ritual with specific rules and expectations that varied by class. The wealthy ate 3 meals a day, a light breakfast called the intaculum, a midday meal called prandium, and the main event, cena, which was dinner and could last for hours. The poor probably ate 2 meals, skipping breakfast or eating something minimal, because food cost money and every meal was a financial decision. Cena for wealthy Romans was performance art. They'd recline on couches arranged around the dining table, typically 3 couches in a U shape, which is why the dining room was called a triclinium, literally 3 couches. Reclining while eating seems impossibly awkward until you remember that Romans were deeply invested in showing that they didn't have to work like common people. Free citizens reclined. Enslaved people and children sat or stood. The position itself was a status marker. The host would recline in the place of honour, and guests would be arranged according to their importance. There was a whole etiquette around seating arrangements that could make or break social relationships. The meal would be served in courses. Gustatio was the appetizer course, featuring things like eggs, vegetables, shellfish, or salad. Then came the prima mensa, the main course, with multiple dishes presented simultaneously rather than sequentially. Finally, the secunda mensa, dessert, featuring fruits, nuts, and sweet dishes with honey. Between and during courses there would be entertainment, musicians, dancers, poetry readings, philosophical discussions, or just gossip depending on the host's taste and budget. Wealthy Romans didn't just eat. They produced elaborate social experiences using food as the medium. The table settings were luxurious in wealthy homes. Silver plates and serving dishes decorated with elaborate scenes. Glass cups and bowls from the finest workshops in Egypt or Syria. Linens from expensive sources. The food would be presented artfully, arranged to look impressive, garnished with flowers or herbs. Romans cared deeply about visual presentation. Food was meant to be beautiful as well as tasty. Apicius includes instructions for making foods look like other foods as a kind of culinary joke or showing off your cook's skills. You'd serve eggs that looked like fish, or vegetables carved to look like animals. Instagram food styling is not a modern invention. Eating while reclining required technique. You'd prop yourself up on your left elbow and eat with your right hand. Romans didn't use forks. Those weren't really a thing yet. They used spoons for liquids and soups, and fingers for everything else. Knives were for cutting before serving, not at the table. So you'd be lying on your side, reaching for food, trying not to drop anything on your expensive toga, while maintaining conversation and social grace. Enslaved attendants would bring dishes, clear plates, provide water for hand washing between courses, and generally hover around making sure guests had everything they needed. The poor ate very differently, as you might imagine. Sitting, not reclining. Simple dishes, minimal variety. The meal was functional, fuel for work, not a social performance. If you lived in a tiny apartment with no dining area, You might eat sitting on your bed or standing up using your lap as a table. Your dishes were basic clay or wooden bowls and plates. You ate with your fingers or a simple spoon. The food was whatever you could afford, prepared as quickly as possible because cooking fuel was expensive. No entertainment, no elaborate presentations, no leisurely hours discussing philosophy over multiple courses. You ate, you finished, you moved on with your day. The thermopolia, those fast food establishments, served as dining rooms for people who couldn't cook at home or didn't want to. The typical setup was a counter with large dolia embedded in it, containing hot food and drink. You'd order from the server, get your food, and either eat standing at a side counter or take it to go. Some thermopolia had small back rooms with tables and benches where customers could sit and eat, though these were generally cramped and not particularly comfortable. The frescoes that decorated many of these establishments, including erotic scenes because Romans put erotic art everywhere, show that they were social spaces where people gathered, gossiped, argued, and flirted over cheap wine and hot food. The social importance of these establishments can't be overstated. In a city where maybe a third of the population didn't have adequate cooking facilities at home, thermopolia were essential infrastructure. They were also social levelers to some degree. Wealthy people didn't usually eat at thermopolia, but working-class free citizens, freedmen and enslaved people with a bit of money in their pockets could all eat the same food at the same counter. The quality wasn't great, the prices weren't cheap, and you definitely shouldn't ask too many questions about food safety standards, but it was hot, it was filling, and it was available. Ancient fast food at its finest. Now let's talk about entertainment, because Romans worked hard, but they also played hard, and Pompeii had entertainment options that catered to every social class and taste. The city had public venues for large spectacles, smaller spaces for intimate gatherings, and countless informal opportunities for entertainment in streets and taverns. Romans believed that leisure, otium, was essential to civilized life, as long as you were wealthy enough to afford it. For working people and enslaved people, leisure was stolen moments between labour, but they made the most of those moments. The amphitheatre was Pompeii's premier entertainment venue, and it's actually the oldest surviving Roman amphitheatre, predating the Colosseum in Rome by about 150 years. Built around 70 BCE, it could hold about 20,000 spectators. Basically, the entire population of the city could fit inside, which tells you how important public spectacles were to Roman culture. The amphitheatre hosted gladiatorial games, wild animal hunts, executions, and occasionally mock naval battles if they flooded the arena floor, though the logistics of that must have been nightmarish. Gladiatorial games are probably the most famous Roman entertainment, and they were wildly popular in Pompeii. Wealthy citizens and magistrates would sponsor games as a way to gain political favour and demonstrate their generosity. I love you voters, so much that I'm providing free entertainment where people fight to the death for your amusement. The gladiators themselves were mostly enslaved people or criminals, though some were volunteers who signed contracts trading their freedom and safety for fame and prize money. Life expectancy for gladiators wasn't great, despite popular myths about them being too valuable to kill. Some fights ended in death, many ended in serious injury, and even the winners accumulated damage that shortened their lives. The types of gladiators were specialized. There were heavily armoured myrmilones with large shields and swords, lightly armed retiarii with nets and tridents, Thracians with curved swords, and various other categories, each with specific equipment and fighting styles. The matchups were carefully arranged to be exciting. You'd pit different gladiator types against each other so the fight had variety and wasn't just two identical fighters hacking at each other. The crowds had favourites, people bet on outcomes, and successful gladiators became celebrities with fan clubs. Graffiti in Pompeii includes declarations like, "Celadus the Thracian makes the girls swoon," which is either charming or deeply strange depending on how you feel about women being attracted to men who kill people for entertainment. The animal hunts, venations, were equally popular and even more ethically problematic. Romans imported wild animals from across the empire and beyond, lions, leopards, bears, elephants, crocodiles, ostriches, you name it, and released them in the arena to be hunted and killed by trained beast fighters called venatores. Sometimes they'd pit animals against each other, lions versus tigers, that sort of thing. Sometimes they'd release hundreds of animals at once for a mass slaughter. The exotic animal trade that supplied these spectacles was enormous and devastating to wildlife populations. North African elephants were hunted to extinction largely because Romans wanted them for arena games. Conservation was not a Roman value. The executions were the grimmest part of arena entertainment. Criminals condemned to death would be executed during the midday lull in games, sometimes just killed outright, sometimes forced to fight each other, sometimes tied up and released with wild animals in a form of execution called damnatio ad bestias. The crowds apparently got bored during execution sequences. They were there for the skilled combat of gladiators, not to watch helpless people die. But it was part of the package, a demonstration of Roman justice and state power. The message was clear. This is what happens when you break Roman law. Watch, learn, be afraid. The social dynamics in the amphitheatre replicated the city's hierarchy. The best seats, the imicavia, the lowest rows closest to the action, were reserved for senators, magistrates, and wealthy citizens. The media cavia, the middle rows, were for ordinary free citizens. The summa cavea, the highest rows with the worst views, were for women and enslaved people. Yes, women were segregated to the back rows by law, because apparently Rome couldn't handle the idea of women sitting next to men at public events without society collapsing. Even in entertainment venues meant to unite the community, the social order was reinforced architecturally. The graffiti around and inside the amphitheatre tells stories about the emotional intensity of these events. Declarations of which gladiators were best, complaints about referees making bad calls, announcements of upcoming games, threats against rival fans. In 59 CE, a riot broke out in Pompeii's amphitheatre during a gladiatorial game between local Pompeians and visitors from the neighbouring city of Nuceria. The violence got so bad that the Roman Senate banned gladiatorial games in Pompeii for 10 years. The ban was lifted early because, well, Romans really liked their violent entertainment and political pressure eventually won out. But the incident shows that these weren't just passive viewing experiences. People got emotionally invested in these games to the point of violence. Smaller theatrical performances happened in Pompeii's theatre, a semicircular venue built into a hillside that could hold about 5,000 people. Romans loved theatre, though their taste ran more toward comedy and bawdy farce than the tragedies that Greeks preferred. Plays by Plautus and Terence were popular. Comedies of errors involving mistaken identities, scheming enslaved people who were smarter than their masters, young lovers trying to get together despite parental opposition, all the timeless comedy tropes. The performances were loud, physical, used masks and exaggerated gestures because the back rows needed to understand what was happening. Think less Shakespeare, more vaudeville. The theatre also hosted mime performances, which weren't silent pantomime but rather crude comedies with spoken dialogue, musical interludes, and often sexual content that would make modern audiences either laugh or walk out depending on their tolerance for ancient Roman humour. Female performers in mime shows sometimes performed topless, which was considered acceptable in theatrical context but scandalous in daily life. Roman sexual morality was complicated and hypocritical in ways that would require a separate documentary to fully explain, but the basic principle was rules for thee but not for me, and also rules only apply outside of designated entertainment zones. Music was everywhere in Pompeii, though unlike visual art it doesn't survive archaeologically except through instruments and depictions. We know Romans used various types of flutes, panpipes, lyres, kitharas, a larger lyre, hydraulis, water organs that were shockingly sophisticated, trumpets, and percussion instruments. Music accompanied religious ceremonies, theatrical performances, gladiatorial games, dinner parties, and probably street performances that didn't leave any historical record. Enslaved people with musical talent were valuable and might receive better treatment than those without marketable skills, though their performances still weren't optional. Dancing was similarly popular and similarly lost to history except for images in frescoes and mosaics. Romans watched professional dancers at parties and performances, and probably danced themselves at festivals and celebrations, though the evidence is limited. The dancing depicted in Pompeian art ranges from elegant to actively obscene, and much of it was probably performed by enslaved entertainers who had no choice in the matter. Entertainment in Rome often had a dark undercurrent of coercion that we shouldn't ignore just because the mosaics are pretty. But the most accessible form of entertainment for ordinary Pompeians was probably just hanging out in thermopolia and taverns, drinking wine, gambling, and socializing. Romans loved dice games. Tesserae, they called the dice, and gambling was technically illegal but universally practiced and largely ignored by authorities unless it got out of hand. Knucklebones, astragaloi, were even more popular, using the ankle bones of sheep or goats as a kind of ancient dice. You'd throw the bones and hope they landed in favourable positions, and people would bet on the outcomes. Archaeological digs in Pompeii have found dice and knucklebones everywhere, in taverns, in homes, in streets. Apparently Romans were throwing dice right up until the volcano erupted, because some priorities don't change even during natural disasters. Board games were popular too. Wealthy Romans played Latrunculi, a strategy game similar to chess or checkers. Simpler games included Turni Lapilli, basically tic-tac-toe, which you could play by scratching a grid into any flat surface and using pebbles or coins as pieces. Game boards are scratched into stone surfaces throughout Pompeii, on the steps of public buildings, on forum pavements, even inside homes. People were gaming everywhere, constantly, because apparently waiting around in ancient Rome was just as boring as modern waiting and needed the same distractions. The taverns, koponai, were social hubs where working-class Romans gathered to drink, eat, gamble, gossip, and generally escape from their work and home lives. These weren't refined establishments. They were rowdy, loud, occasionally violent spaces where wine flowed freely, inhibitions dropped, and social boundaries softened temporarily. The tavern served food along with drink, the kind of simple, hearty fare that soaked up alcohol and kept customers drinking. The quality of the food was probably questionable, the wine was definitely cheap, and the company was whoever happened to be there. But for working-class Pompeians, these spaces offered community and escape. The graffiti in Pompeii's taverns and on its walls throughout the city is one of the most valuable and entertaining sources we have for understanding daily life, because people wrote everything on walls. And I mean everything. Political endorsements. Vote for Marcus Cyrenius for EDL, he'll do great things. And the counter-graffiti. Don't vote for Marcus Cyrenius, he's corrupt, and his mother was a hamster. Okay, I made up that second part, but the spirit is accurate. People wrote political messages and other people wrote responses insulting the candidates and their supporters. Love declarations are common. Restituta, take off your tunic please and show us your hairy privates, which is both romantic and horrifying depending on your perspective. Lots of graffiti about sex workers, both advertisements and reviews. Euplia was here and bad service, and Artemitus got me pregnant, which is either a complaint or a boast, hard to say. Poetry, including some fairly sophisticated Latin verses alongside crude limericks. Arithmetic problems scratched by merchants doing calculations. Random observations. I've been here, and I am amazed, Wall, that you haven't collapsed bearing the weight of so much written filth, which is perhaps the first recorded complaint about graffiti in human history. The gladiator graffiti is particularly fun. Declarations of love for specific gladiators from groupies. Celadus the Thracian, Choice of the Girls, and Cresces the Netter of Young Girls by Night. Fight results. Marcus Attilius, a Tiro beginner, fought at his first match and won, defeating Hilarius from Neronian Ludus who had fought 14 times. This is basically sports reporting in graffiti form, showing that people cared deeply about tracking gladiatorial records and accomplishments. There's even graffiti from gladiators themselves. Various fighters left their names and records on walls, either boasting or just marking their presence. Insults and arguments cover the walls. Epaphra, you are bald! And Chie, I hope your hemorrhoids rub together so much that they hurt worse than they ever have before. Ancient Romans could hold grudges and had no problems making them public. There's also graffiti that's just people working through their feelings. I wish I could break Venus's ribs with a club and deform her hips, if she could break my tender heart. Why can't I hit her head with a club? This is either very bad poetry, or a genuine expression of heartbreak from someone who needed a therapist but settled for a wall. The sexual graffiti is extensive and ranges from explicit propositions to price lists for sex workers to crude anatomical drawings that make it clear ancient Romans were just as immature about sexual imagery as modern teenagers. Some walls in Pompeii are essentially ancient pornography galleries, scratched by people with time, desire, and no particular concern for public decency. Roman attitudes towards sex were very different from modern Western ones. They weren't puritanical, but they had complex rules about who could do what with whom, and what it meant for social status. Sex workers were legal and common, but looked down upon socially. Freeborn citizens who worked as sex workers lost social privileges. Using enslaved people sexually was completely normal and not considered worthy of comment. It was a whole complicated mess of contradictions that would require hours to unpack properly. The point of bringing up all this graffiti is that it gives us unfiltered voices from ordinary people who weren't writing for posterity or trying to impress anyone. These were spontaneous expressions of whatever people felt like sharing: political opinions, sexual desires, love, hate, boredom, pride. It's the social media of the ancient world scratched into plaster instead of typed into phones, but serving the same basic human need to express yourself and be heard by others. The graffiti makes Pompeii feel alive in a way that formal inscriptions and official monuments never could. The religious festivals also provided entertainment throughout the year. Romans celebrated dozens of religious holidays, some major citywide affairs and others smaller observances for specific gods or neighbourhoods. These festivals included processions, sacrifices, feasting, games, theatrical performances and general public revelry. The Saturnalia in December was particularly wild, a week-long celebration where social norms loosened, enslaved people were temporarily allowed certain freedoms, gambling was legal, and everyone got drunk and gave each other gifts. It was basically ancient Christmas meets New Year's Eve meets Mardi Gras, and Romans looked forward to it all year. The Floralia in April honoured the goddess Flora with theatrical performances, games and celebrations that got increasingly rowdy as the wine flowed. The festival had a reputation for sexual licence and nudity, particularly in the mime performances. Prostitutes claimed Flora as their patron goddess and participated enthusiastically in the festivities. Respectable women supposedly stayed home during Floralia to avoid being associated with the debauchery, which tells you everything about how wild it got. Romans had specific holidays dedicated to letting off steam and behaving badly, which seems like reasonable social policy, honestly. Better to have designated chaos times than constant repression. For children, entertainment was more informal and less documented, but we know Roman kids played games that are still recognisable today. They had toys, dolls, miniature weapons, wheeled toys pulled by strings, bulls for various games. They played versions of hide-and-seek, tag and other running-around games that don't require equipment. Girls played with dolls until they married, which could be disturbingly young by modern standards. Girls were considered marriageable at 12, though actual marriage age varied. Boys played war games with wooden swords, because Romans were very invested in military culture and started the training young. Both genders probably played board games, flew kites, and found entertainment in the same creative ways children always have when left to their own devices. For enslaved people, entertainment was limited and conditional. They might be allowed to attend public festivals or games if their owners gave permission. They might gather in taverns if they had any money. Some enslaved people performed as entertainers, musicians, dancers, actors, though for them it was work, not leisure. An enslaved cook who produced a successful dinner party didn't get to enjoy the party. They stayed in the kitchen and then cleaned up afterward. An enslaved musician who played at a wealthy household's gathering wasn't a guest. They were part of the furniture, providing ambiance but not participating socially. Any entertainment enslaved people managed to find was stolen from the margins of their labour. Brief moments of joy in lives they didn't control. The public baths, which we touched on earlier, were also social and entertainment venues. Romans didn't just bathe, they exercised in the palestra attached to bath complexes, played ball games, socialised with friends, conducted business meetings, got massages, had body hair removed, gossiped about city politics, and generally treated bath time as a several-hour social experience. The baths were one of the few places where you'd see Romans from different social classes in the same space. Though even there the wealthy had better towels, brought enslaved attendants to help them, and could afford special treatments that mark them as elite even while naked and wet. Street performers would have been common, though they don't leave much archaeological trace. Musicians, jugglers, storytellers, fortune-tellers, probably people with trained animals doing tricks. The forums and main streets were natural gathering places where crowds assembled and entertainment could happen spontaneously. Religious processions would have been spectacles in themselves, priests in ceremonial garb, musicians playing, animals being led to sacrifice, incense burning, the whole theatrical production of Roman religion playing out in public spaces. The human need for entertainment, for play, for escape from daily life and work, that's constant across cultures and time periods. Romans satisfied that need with spectacles that range from sophisticated theatre to brutal gladiatorial combat, from gentle dice games to drunken revelry at festivals. They wrote on walls, bet on fights, gossiped in taverns, played music, danced when they could, and created moments of joy and community in between all the inequality and exploitation we discussed earlier. What makes Pompeii special is that all of this got preserved, not just the buildings and art, but traces of the daily life and entertainment that usually disappear from the historical record. The dice still lying in the tavern, the graffiti mid-argument on the wall, the amphitheatre seats worn smooth by countless spectators, The carbonized food remains from a snack someone was eating when the volcano erupted. These physical traces let us see past the formal, official version of Roman culture and into the messy human reality of how people actually lived, ate, played, and made meaning in their world. And that reality is way more interesting than any cleaned-up textbook version could ever be. Let's dig deeper into the wine culture because it deserves more attention than we've given it. The relationship between Pompeii and wine wasn't just commercial, it was cultural, almost spiritual. The volcanic soil around Vesuvius produced grapes that made exceptional wine, and everyone from wealthy vineyard owners to poor grape pickers had their lives shaped by the annual rhythm of viticulture. The grape harvest, vendimia, was a major event every autumn, requiring intense labour from enslaved workers and seasonal labourers who'd flood into the region for the picking. The work was back-breaking, climbing around vines all day, filling baskets with grapes, carrying heavy loads to the pressing areas. But it was also communal, almost festive in some contexts, with singing and socializing between the brutal physical labour. The wine production process itself was fascinating and would make modern winemakers simultaneously impressed and horrified. After harvest, the grapes would be crushed. Yes, by foot, the traditional method you've seen in movies actually happened, in large stone or wooden vats. The crushing removed the juice and started the fermentation process, and the foot-crushing method was actually pretty effective at breaking up grapes without crushing the seeds, which would add bitter flavours. The juice would then ferment in large clay dolia, which were sometimes buried partially in the ground to keep temperatures stable. The Romans didn't understand the chemistry of fermentation. They didn't know about yeast. They thought it was a kind of magic or divine intervention, but they'd figured out through trial and error what conditions produced good wine. The fermentation process took weeks or months, and winemakers would test the progress by tasting. Once fermentation was complete, the wine would be transferred to amphorae for storage and aging. The amphorae were sealed with cork and covered with pitch or resin, which preserved the wine but also added flavours. Modern recreations of Roman wine using authentic methods produce wines that taste distinctly resinous, almost medicinal to palates accustomed to modern wines. Whether Romans actually liked this flavour, or just accepted it as how wine tasted, is a matter of scholarly debate. But given how often they mixed wine with honey, spices and seawater, it seems plausible they were trying to mask or complement flavours that weren't naturally appealing. Different regions produced wines with different reputations. Falernian wine from Campania, the region where Pompeii sat, was considered among the finest in the empire, particularly when aged. Pliny the Elder, who as we mentioned died in Pompeii during the eruption, wrote extensively about wine in his natural history. He described Falernian wines aged for 10, 15 or 20 years, noting that the flavour changed dramatically with age and that the best vintages commanded outrageous prices. He also noted, with typical Roman practicality, that drinking too much Falernian would give you a terrible headache, because apparently even premium ancient wine came with a premium hangover. The wine trade was economically crucial to Pompeii. Archaeologists have found wine shops throughout the city, warehouses full of amphorae, facilities for wine production just outside the city walls. The amphorae themselves are archaeological gold because they were often stamped or painted with information about contents, origin, and sometimes date. By studying amphora styles and stamps, archaeologists can trace trade routes, identify wine origins, and even sometimes date layers of archaeological deposits based on when specific amphora styles were in use. It's like the barcodes and shipping labels of the ancient world, just carved into clay. One particularly interesting discovery is evidence of wine fraud, which shows that Romans dealt with the same commercial dishonesty we face today. Pliny the Elder complained about wine merchants mixing cheap wines together and selling them as premium vintages, adding colorants and flavouring agents to fake the characteristics of expensive wines, and generally doing whatever they could to maximise profit regardless of quality. Some merchants apparently mixed seawater into wine to extend their supplies, which would have made the wine salty and terrible but increased volume for sale. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Ancient wine merchants were just as willing to scam customers as modern ones. They just had fewer consumer protection laws to worry about. The social ritual around wine was as important as the wine itself. We mentioned earlier that Romans mixed wine with water, but let's talk about why. Partially it was practical. Roman wine was generally stronger than modern wine, higher alcohol content because of the fermentation process and grape varieties they used, so diluting it made it more drinkable. But it was also cultural. Drinking unmixed wine, mirum, was associated with barbarians, alcoholics, and people who'd lost control of themselves. A proper Roman maintained moderation and civility, which meant diluting your wine and drinking it in company, not getting drunk alone on pure wine like some kind of savage. The symposium, the drinking party, was a carefully orchestrated social event with rules and expectations. The host or an appointed symposiarch would decide how strong to mix the wine, and everyone had to accept their decision even if they disagreed. The mixing happened in a large bowl called a crater, using specific ratios that guests would debate and argue about because Romans loved arguing. 3 parts water to 1 part wine was common for moderate drinking. Equal parts would get you tipsy. More wine than water was for serious drinking nights. The ratio communicated the intended tone of the gathering. Are we here for sophisticated conversation, or are we here to get drunk and do stupid things? Between rounds of drinking, there would be entertainment and conversation. Party games were common. Someone might propose riddles, or they'd play kottabos, which involved flinging wine dregs at a target and was apparently fun when drunk. Poetry competitions where guests had to improvise verses on assigned topics. Philosophical debates that probably got increasingly ridiculous as the evening progressed and the wine kept flowing. Sexual propositions, both to other guests and to enslaved attendants who had no option to refuse. The symposium could be sophisticated intellectual discourse, or could devolve into drunken chaos, often within the same evening. For working-class Romans, drinking culture was less refined, but no less important. The taverns and thermopolia were their symposium spaces, democratic venues where anyone with a few coins could drink and socialize. The wine was cheaper, the mixing ratios were probably more generous toward wine than water, and the company was whoever happened to be there. Taverns got rowdy, which the authorities periodically tried to crack down on with limited success. There are records of tavern brawls, drunken behavior in streets, and general disorder that seems to have been a constant feature of Roman urban life. One particularly fascinating thermopolium that was recently fully excavated gives us incredible detail about these establishments. The counter had 5 large dolia embedded in it, each containing different foods or drinks. The frescoes on the front of the counter showed a nymph riding a seahorse, decorative but also possibly indicating that seafood was a specialty. The back room had a small courtyard with evidence of additional food preparation, and upstairs were rooms that might have been for private dining, or might have been for prostitution, which often operated out of taverns. The boundary between restaurant and brothel was pretty fuzzy in Roman culture, and many establishments served both functions without anyone finding this particularly unusual. The food remains in this thermopolium's dolia included traces of pork, goat, fish, and snails in a wine-based sauce. There were duck bones, showing that even fast food establishments served a variety of meats. Fava beans were present, providing cheap protein for customers who couldn't afford meat. The chemical analysis even found traces of ground fava beans mixed with other ingredients, suggesting the establishment served a bean-based stew or porridge for budget-conscious customers. It's a complete snapshot of working-class Roman food culture, varied but not fancy, affordable but not free, providing sustenance and community for people who work too hard to cook at home. The graffiti culture deserves even more exploration because it's such a rich source. Political graffiti was everywhere during election seasons. Pompeii was a Roman colony with its own local government, duumviri who were essentially mayors, aediles who managed public works, and other positions that free male citizens elected. Candidates would advertise themselves and their supporters would write endorsements on walls. Vote for Gnaeus Helvius Sabinus for aedile, worthy of public office, was the kind of straightforward endorsement you'd see. But there were also more creative ones. The petty thieves request the election of Vatia to the aedileship, which was either sarcastic or actually reflected criminal support for a candidate who might be lenient on crime. Some graffiti mocked the whole political process. Genialis supports Brutius Balbus for duumvir. He'll balance the budget, or at least that's what he says. Others reflected different interest groups. The worshippers of Isis unanimously call for Gnaeus Helvius for aedile. Gender appears in political graffiti too. There's evidence of women writing political endorsements, which is fascinating because women couldn't vote or hold office. But they could influence opinion, and apparently they wrote on walls just like men did. Statia and Petronia support Numerius Papidius Celsinus for aedile, suggest women were politically engaged even if officially excluded from political participation. The romantic and sexual graffiti ranges from sweet to aggressive to utterly bizarre. Health to you, Victoria, and wherever you are may you sneeze sweetly, which is perhaps the strangest expression of affection in human history. Thrusted in, I've been penetrated, written on a brothel wall which is direct if not subtle. Marcus loves Spendusa, carved in neat letters, possibly by Marcus himself or possibly by someone mocking Marcus for his infatuation. I don't want to sell my husband, not for all the gold in the world, which is either a declaration of love or protest too much depending on the marital situation. There's graffiti from sex workers advertising themselves. Euplia sucks for 5 asses, which is both a price list and evidence that oral sex was an available service. The currency unit, the ass, adds to the comedy because it's literally the Latin word for ass, so every economic transaction involving this coin sounds vaguely sexual in English translation. Graffiti from clients reviewing services. Here I had a good fuck with Dracca for a denarius, which is either crude or honest depending on your standards for appropriate public discourse. Educational graffiti exists too. Alphabets scratched into walls by people learning to write, arithmetic calculations, practice signatures. Someone wrote out a multiplication table on a wall in the palestra, suggesting that even exercise spaces doubled as schools or study areas. There's graffiti in Greek from educated Romans showing off their bilingualism. It's stupid to seek wisdom from fools, written in Greek letters, showing that pretentious intellectual posturing is also a timeless human behaviour. The gladiator culture had its own subset of graffiti. Fight records were documented obsessively. Punaks from the Neronian gladiatorial school fought 3 times, won 3 times, died. Age 23. These memorial graffiti for dead fighters show that people mourned them despite their low social status. The graffiti from female admirers of gladiators is extensive and often explicitly sexual. Celadus the Thracian makes the girls swoon, the glory of the girls, the sigh of the girls. Another declares, Cresces the net fighter holds the hearts of all the girls, suggesting net fighters, retiari, had particular appeal despite being considered a lower category of gladiator because they fought with minimal armour. The gladiator graffiti also documents fight outcomes and statistics with the precision of modern sports fans tracking baseball stats. Romans knew exactly how many times each gladiator had fought, how many victories, how many defeats, whether they'd earned the wooden sword, the rudes, that symbolized freedom from gladiatorial service. This obsessive record-keeping shows how deeply Romans cared about these spectacles and how much emotional investment they had in individual fighters. The life of a gladiator, for those who survived long enough to have a life, was strange and contradictory. They lived in gladiatorial schools, ludi, that were essentially prisons where they trained constantly. The schools in Pompeii housed dozens of gladiators at a time, all owned or controlled by a lanista, the manager who organised their training and arranged their fights. The lanista was essentially a combination of fight promoter, trainer and prison warden, and the relationship between lanista and gladiators ranged from professional to abusive depending on the individuals involved. Training was intense and specialised. Different types of gladiators required different skills. Heavily armoured fighters needed strength and endurance to fight while carrying 30 or 40 pounds of equipment. Lightly armoured fighters needed speed and agility. Net fighters needed precision and timing to use their unusual weapons effectively. Trainers, often former gladiators who'd survived to retirement, would work with fighters daily, practicing moves, building muscle, teaching tactics. The training weapons were heavy wooden swords and shields, heavier than the real equipment, so that actual combat felt easier by comparison. The diet of gladiators was carefully managed. They needed to be strong but not too heavy, muscular but still mobile. The typical gladiator diet was high in carbohydrates, lots of barley porridge, beans, dried fruit, some meat and fish, but not as much as you'd expect for professional fighters. The vegetable-heavy diet might seem inadequate, but modern analysis of gladiator skeletons shows they were generally healthy, well-muscled, and received adequate nutrition even if it wasn't luxurious. Some scholars think the high-carb diet was designed to build a subcutaneous fat layer that would protect against cuts without adding too much weight. It's a theory anyway. Medical care for gladiators was actually quite good. They were valuable property, and keeping them healthy meant protecting the investment. Roman sports medicine was surprisingly advanced. Doctors understood how to treat cuts, set broken bones, manage training injuries. Galen, one of the most famous physicians in Roman history, started his career as a physician to gladiators in Pergamon and developed many of his surgical and anatomical insights by treating combat injuries. Gladiators who survived fights with serious wounds would be sewn up, bandaged, given pain medication in the form of opium or other herbal remedies, and monitored until they healed or died. The psychological experience of being a gladiator must have been surreal. You were simultaneously despised and celebrated, property and celebrity, facing death regularly but living relatively well between fights. The constant training created camaraderie. These were men who understood each other's experiences in ways nobody else could. They ate together, trained together, probably gossiped and joked and formed friendships even knowing they might eventually be forced to fight each other. The social dynamics in gladiatorial schools must have been incredibly complex and probably psychologically damaging, though nobody bothered to record the mental health impacts because Romans didn't really have a concept of psychological trauma. The gladiator fights themselves followed specific rules and rituals. The day would begin with wild animal hunts in the morning, the Venetians we mentioned. Then came the midday executions, which were the least popular part and which spectators often skipped, going to lunch or just ignoring. Then in the afternoon came the main event, the gladiatorial combats. Fighters would enter in pairs, matched by type for dramatic effect. They'd salute the sponsor of the games, Ave Imperator morituri te salutant, Hail Emperor, those who are about to die salute you, is the famous phrase, though it was probably only said once to Emperor Claudius and isn't documented elsewhere. The fighting wasn't mindless violence, it was skilled combat between trained professionals. Gladiators knew how to put on a show, how to make the fight exciting without immediately killing each other. A good match could last 10 or 15 minutes, with both fighters demonstrating their skills, landing hits, defending, creating drama and tension for the crowd. The goal wasn't always death. Sometimes the match ended when one fighter was wounded or disarmed and asked for mercy by raising a finger. The crowd would indicate their preference, thumbs up for mercy, thumbs down for death, and the sponsor would make the final decision. If death was decided, it was supposed to be swift and dignified. The victor would help position the loser properly, kneeling or lying down, and deliver a precise strike to the throat or between the shoulder blades to sever the spinal cord. Quick death, minimal suffering, at least in theory. In practice, who knows how cleanly these executions went? The victor would then exit to the sound of trumpets. The loser's body would be dragged out by attendants dressed as Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. Fresh sand would be spread over any blood, and the next pair of fighters would enter. Efficient, brutal, and apparently endlessly entertaining to Romans who saw nothing wrong with watching people kill each other as afternoon entertainment. The survivors, gladiators who won, especially those who won repeatedly, became celebrities. They'd have fan clubs, receive gifts from admirers, enjoy privileges like better quarters and food. The most successful might eventually earn their freedom, receiving the wooden sword that symbolized release from gladiatorial service. But many died in the arena or from injuries sustained there. The life expectancy of a gladiator was short. Most didn't survive more than a few years. The combination of combat injuries, infections, and the sheer stress of repeatedly facing death meant that even skilled fighters eventually ran out of luck. The amphitheatre experience for spectators was its own form of entertainment beyond just the violence. It was a social event where you'd see friends, conduct business, gossip about city politics, eat snacks from vendors who circulated through the crowd, place bets on fight outcomes, and generally treat the whole thing like modern sports fans treat football games. The difference being that football players aren't fighting to the death, but the social dynamics were similar. People had favourite fighters, argued about who was better, got emotionally invested in outcomes and occasionally rioted when things didn't go their way. The acoustics in the amphitheatre meant the crowd noise was overwhelming. 20,000 people cheering, booing, shouting advice or insults at fighters, the sound echoing off stone walls. Musical instruments played between matches. Vendors called out prices for food and drink. The whole experience was a sensory assault of noise, sights, smells, blood, sweat, animals, thousands of human bodies packed together in Mediterranean heat. Not exactly the sanitized experience you get from movies or history books. For wealthy Romans, attending the games was both entertainment and social obligation. Sponsoring games was how politicians gained popularity and demonstrated their wealth and generosity. If you were running for office, you'd better put on impressive games, or your opponents would use your stinginess against you. Vote for me. I gave you 3 days of gladiatorial combat and an elephant fight. My opponent gave you 2 criminals and a sick bear. I'm clearly the better candidate. This was actual Roman political logic, and apparently it worked. The games were also opportunities for emperors and wealthy citizens to demonstrate power and control. You controlled life and death for gladiators and condemned criminals. You could show mercy or cruelty based on your mood and the crowd's preferences. You could impress people with the exotic animals you'd imported, or the elaborately staged spectacles you'd funded. It was power made visible and communal, and Romans ate it up. But underneath the spectacle was real suffering. Enslaved people forced to fight for others' entertainment, criminals executed publicly, animals killed by the hundreds, human beings reduced to objects for consumption. The Romans didn't see it that way. They saw it as justice, entertainment, and religious sacrifice all combined. Different cultures, different values, different moral frameworks. Understanding Roman entertainment means grappling with the fact that they found pleasure in things we'd consider horrific, and they would probably find our squeamishness about violence to be weakness or hypocrisy, given our own civilization's violence. There's no simple moral judgment here, just the recognition that entertainment has always reflected cultural values, and those values change dramatically across time and place. The preservation of Pompeii gives us unprecedented detail about all these aspects of Roman life: the food culture, the wine production, the gambling and gaming, the graffiti conversations, the gladiatorial industry, the daily rhythms of entertainment and leisure. We can see not just what Romans did, but how they did it, what they thought about it, how they documented their experiences on walls and in trash heaps. The combination of organic remains, architecture, artwork, and spontaneous graffiti creates a three-dimensional picture of Roman culture that's as close as we can get to time travel. Modern researchers continue finding new details as excavation techniques improve and technology advances. Recent discoveries include thermopolia with intact food remains, new graffiti in previously unexplored areas, details about wine production from chemical analysis of residues, and ongoing work in the amphitheatre and gladiatorial facilities. Each discovery adds another piece to our understanding of how Romans lived, ate, entertained themselves, and made meaning in their world. And each discovery reminds us that these weren't distant historical figures, but real people with appetites, opinions, jokes, dreams, and the same basic human desires for pleasure, community, and escape that we still chase in our own very different world. Now that we've covered how Romans ate, drank, and entertained themselves, let's talk about how they decorated their world, because Romans were absolutely obsessed with visual culture in ways that would make modern interior designers weep with joy or professional envy. Every surface was an opportunity for decoration. Walls got painted with elaborate frescoes. Floors received intricate mosaics. Ceilings were decorated with carved or painted designs. Even utilitarian objects like cooking pots and oil lamps featured decorative elements. The Roman approach to interior design was basically more is more, and if you can still see plain plaster, you haven't finished decorating yet. The fresco technique that Romans used, buon fresco they called it, meaning true fresco, was simultaneously brilliant and absolutely unforgiving. Here's how it worked. You'd prepare your wall surface with multiple layers of plaster, each one smoother than the last. The final layer, the intonaco, would be applied in small sections, just enough to paint in one session, because this is where the magic and the stress happened. While the plaster was still wet, the artist would paint directly onto it using pigments mixed with water. As the plaster dried, a chemical reaction occurred where calcium carbonate formed on the surface, essentially trapping the pigments inside the plaster itself. The paint became part of the wall, not just a layer on top of it. This technique created paintings that were incredibly durable. We're looking at frescoes that survived 2,000 years, including a volcanic eruption and centuries of weathering, and the colours are still visible. But the downside was that you had to work fast and get it right the first time. Once the plaster dried, you couldn't fix mistakes without scraping everything off and starting over. No pressure or anything, just paint an elaborate mythological scene on damp plaster before it dries, knowing that any error is permanent and your wealthy patron might refuse to pay you if they don't like the result. Roman fresco artists earned their money. The pigments Romans used came from all over the known world and ranged from cheap and common to eye-wateringly expensive. Egyptian blue, the oldest known synthetic pigment, was manufactured by heating sand, lime, copper compounds, and alkali to create a brilliant blue colour that couldn't be found in nature. The production process required specialised knowledge and precise temperature control, making it expensive and prestigious. When you saw Egyptian blue on someone's walls, you knew they had money to spend on imported luxury pigments. Red came in several varieties. Red ochre was cheap and common, made from iron oxide-rich clay that was available locally. It produced a decent red colour that poor people could afford. Cinnabar, made from mercury sulfide, was much more expensive and produced a brilliant red-orange colour that was particularly prized. And then there was Pompeian red, which isn't actually a specific pigment but rather a particular shade of red ochre that became associated with Pompeian wall paintings because it's used so extensively there. Modern paint companies sell Pompeian red as if it were an ancient colour secret. but it's really just a nice shade of rust red that happened to be popular in this particular city. Yellow came from ochres and other iron-based pigments. Green was tricky. Romans had some natural green pigments, but also created green by mixing yellow and blue, which any child with a paint set could tell you works perfectly well. Black came from carbon, literally charcoal or lamp black, the soot from burning oil lamps. White came from lime or crushed marble. The palette was actually fairly limited compared to modern synthetic paints, but Romans made it work through clever mixing and layering techniques. The really expensive colour was purple, naturally. Purple dye made from murex snails, Tyrian purple, was so expensive that it was reserved for imperial garments and the homes of the obscenely wealthy. But even people who couldn't afford real purple wanted purple-tinted walls, so artists would mix red and blue to create purple shades that approximated the expensive dye. The result wasn't quite the same. Chemical analysis can tell the difference, but from a distance it looked purple enough to signal I have money, or at least I want you to think I do. The application of these frescoes followed specific decorative schemes that archaeologists have classified into Pompeian styles, because art historians love creating classification systems. The first style mimicked marble by painting plaster to look like expensive stone panels, essentially trompe-l'œil before that was a formal term. This was economical decorating. Looked like you have marble walls without actually paying for marble. The second style got more ambitious, painting architectural elements and perspective scenes that made rooms look larger, or like they had windows to imaginary gardens. Romans invented architectural illusion painting, making small rooms feel grand through clever use of perspective. The third style was more delicate and decorative, featuring central panels with mythological scenes surrounded by elaborate decorative borders, arabesques, and small architectural elements. This was the height of sophisticated interior design, where every element was carefully balanced and composed. The fourth style combined elements of the previous styles, throwing in everything including theatrical imagery, fantasy architecture, and whatever else seemed impressive. It was the maximalist moment of Roman wall painting, where subtlety went to die and walls became encyclopedias of decorative possibilities. But let's talk about a specific example that brings all of this together: the Villa of Mysteries, located just outside Pompeii's walls. This villa features one of the most famous and puzzling fresco cycles in Roman art, and it's become a case study in how we interpret ancient imagery, and how those interpretations change over time. The room in question, the triclinium, a dining room, is painted with a continuous frieze showing a sequence of scenes involving women, mystical figures, and Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and religious ecstasy. The interpretation that dominated for decades suggested these frescoes depicted a Dionysian mystery cult initiation, with the scenes showing the stages of initiation for a young woman into the cult's secret rites. There's a scene of a young woman being prepared, a terrifying winged figure wielding a whip, a woman kneeling in fear or supplication, Dionysus himself reclining, various attendants and participants in ritual activities. The whole sequence moves around the room, creating a narrative that viewers would experience as they reclined at dinner, eating and drinking while literally surrounded by images of Dionysian mysteries. This interpretation made sense given what we know about mystery cults in the Roman world. These were religious societies that promised initiates special knowledge and better afterlife prospects through secret rituals that outsiders weren't allowed to witness or discuss. The mysteries of Dionysus were particularly popular, offering ecstatic religious experiences through wine, music, dance, and rituals that apparently involved enough interesting content that Romans couldn't stop talking about them, despite the whole mystery angle. But here's where it gets complicated. Modern scholars have started questioning this interpretation. Some argue that the frescoes might not show initiation at all, but rather wedding preparations, with the frightening elements being standard parts of Roman wedding rituals that modern viewers misunderstand. Others suggest the paintings are theatrical, referencing plays or performances rather than actual rituals. Still others think the whole sequence is deliberately ambiguous, designed to be interpreted multiple ways by different viewers, a kind of ancient Rorschach test using paint instead of ink blots. The truth is, we don't know for certain what these paintings meant to the Romans who commissioned them and dined beneath them. We can analyse the iconography, compare it to other ancient imagery, read contemporary texts about mystery cults and wedding rituals, and make educated guesses. But without a manual explaining this is what we meant when we painted this, we're interpreting based on our own cultural frameworks and assumptions, which may or may not align with Roman thinking. This uncertainty is actually one of the most interesting things about ancient art. We're looking at images created by people who are culturally distant enough that we can't always access their meaning-making systems. A gesture that seemed obvious to a first-century Roman might be completely opaque to us. A reference that would have made everyone in the room laugh might go completely over our heads 2,000 years later. We're like people trying to understand memes from a foreign culture. We can see the images, but we're missing the context that made them meaningful. The colours in the Villa of Mysteries frescoes are still remarkably vivid, which brings us to one of the major challenges facing modern conservation. These paintings are slowly deteriorating despite surviving 2,000 years, and if we don't do something about it, future generations will lose details we can still see today. The problem is that exposure to air, light, humidity, pollutants, and millions of tourists breathing near them is causing chemical changes that fade pigments and break down the plaster matrix. Enter laser technology, which sounds like something from science fiction but is actually being used to clean and preserve frescoes. The technique uses specific wavelengths of laser light to remove surface dirt and contaminants without damaging the underlying paint. It's precise enough to clean pigment molecule by pigment molecule if necessary, removing centuries of grime while leaving the original fresco intact. The process is slow, expensive, and requires extreme expertise. You're essentially using concentrated light to clean paintings that predate the scientific method, but it's working. Frescoes that were darkened by dirt and age are being revealed in their original colours, and the cleaning process doesn't add any chemicals or abrasives that might cause future damage. The challenge is that there are thousands of frescoes in Pompeii, and only so many conservation experts and so much funding. Deciding what to conserve first involves difficult choices. Do you focus on the most famous pieces that tourists want to see, or on lesser-known works that might be scientifically important? Do you conserve paintings in buildings that are stable and weatherproof, or do you try to save paintings in structures that are falling apart? There's no good answer, just a constant triage of competing priorities and insufficient resources, which unfortunately describes most archaeological conservation worldwide. The colour symbolism in Roman frescoes went beyond just, "this looks nice." Different colours carried social meanings and associations. Purple and blue, as we mentioned, signalled wealth because the pigments were expensive. Red was associated with power and prestige. It's no accident that important rooms in wealthy houses featured extensive red backgrounds. Yellow was cheerful and common, suitable for less formal spaces. White suggested purity and simplicity, though extensive use of white also meant you could afford to keep your walls clean, which required enslaved labour for constant maintenance. The choice of scenes depicted also communicated status and education. Mythological scenes showed that you knew the stories of the gods and heroes, that you were educated in Greek culture, that you could afford an artist skilled enough to render complex narratives. Landscape paintings, imaginary gardens, seascapes, architectural fantasies showed sophisticated taste and appreciation for natural beauty. Still life paintings of food and luxury goods were essentially ancient flexing. Look at all these expensive things I can afford. Every decorative choice was also a social communication, telling visitors who you were and how you wanted to be perceived. Now let's shift gears dramatically and talk about how modern technology is forcing archaeologists to completely rethink interpretations that stood unchallenged for over a century. Because it turns out that when you assume you know what an ancient building was used for without rigorous evidence, you might be spectacularly wrong, and 3D scanning technology is revealing just how wrong some of our assumptions were. Take the case of a researcher named Dr. Marcus Brennan, an archaeologist who got obsessed with Roman streets and traffic patterns, which seems like a niche interest until you realise that understanding traffic tells you enormous amounts about how ancient cities actually functioned. Brennan used 3D laser scanning to create detailed digital models of Pompeii's streets, measuring every rut, groove and wear pattern in the stone pavement. These weren't random measurements, they were forensic-level data collection about how Roman streets were used. What he discovered was revolutionary. Pompeii had a system of one-way streets. The wear patterns from cartwheels showed that traffic flowed in specific directions on certain streets, with almost no evidence of two-way traffic. The Romans had invented traffic management 2,000 years ago, using curbs, stepping stones and street layouts to direct vehicle flow and separate pedestrians from carts. The stepping stones that cross Pompeian streets, which tourists walk across while taking photos, weren't just convenient for avoiding mud and wastewater. They were also traffic control devices, placed strategically to force carts to slow down and follow specific routes. This finding changed how we understand Roman urban planning. They weren't just building streets wherever seemed convenient. They were thinking about traffic flow, pedestrian safety, commercial access, and urban efficiency. Pompeii had ancient traffic engineers figuring out optimal street layouts using trial and error instead of computer simulations, but achieving results that modern city planners would recognize as sophisticated traffic management. The technology that enabled this discovery, 3D laser scanning, works by shooting thousands or millions of laser pulses at objects and measuring how long the light takes to bounce back. The result is a point cloud, a three-dimensional model made of millions of individual points, accurate to within millimeters. You can take these digital models and analyze them in ways that would be impossible with the physical sight, measuring angles, comparing wear patterns, simulating different scenarios, all without touching the actual ancient street stones. This same technology has been used to re-examine other structures in Pompeii with similarly revolutionary results. The quadriporticus, a large four-sided colonnade near the amphitheatre, had been interpreted for decades as gladiator barracks. This made perfect sense on the surface. It was near the amphitheatre where gladiators fought. It had small rooms around a central courtyard, and archaeologists found weapons and armour in some rooms when they excavated in the early 1900s. Obviously gladiator barracks, right? Wrong. Turns out when you actually analyse the architecture carefully using modern measuring techniques and compare it to known gladiator facilities elsewhere, the quadriporticus doesn't match the pattern. Real gladiator barracks had specific features: cells designed for security, training areas, facilities for managing enslaved fighters. The quadriporticus had none of these. What it did have was an elegant colonnade, architectural features consistent with a market or commercial complex, and those weapons that were found. They were probably gladiator equipment stored there temporarily for games, not evidence of permanent barracks. The reinterpretation suggests the quadriporticus was a market complex, possibly a place where merchants sold goods to spectators before and after events in the amphitheatre. Think of it as an ancient concourse or shopping arcade, not a prison for fighters. This changes our understanding of the whole area. It wasn't an entertainment complex with attached barracks. It was a commercial district that served both daily shopping and event day crowds. The economic and social implications are completely different. This kind of reinterpretation happens frustratingly often in archaeology. Early excavators made assumptions based on limited information and the cultural biases of their time. Those assumptions hardened into accepted facts that went unchallenged for generations. Then modern technology and more rigorous analytical methods reveal that the facts were actually educated guesses that turned out to be wrong. The scientific process requires changing your conclusions when new evidence appears, but it's still embarrassing when a theory that stood for a century collapses because someone actually measured things carefully. The lesson here is humility. Every interpretation of ancient sites is provisional, based on current evidence and methods. Future archaeologists with better technology will probably look at our current theories and shake their heads at what we got wrong. That doesn't mean we shouldn't make interpretations. Understanding the past requires proposing theories and testing them. But it does mean we should hold our conclusions lightly and be willing to revise them when evidence demands it. Now let's travel about 7 kilometers west from Pompeii to the town of Herculaneum, which was also buried by Vesuvius but in a very different way. While Pompeii got buried in ash and pumice, Herculaneum was hit by pyroclastic flows, superheated avalanches of gas, ash and rock that moved at hundreds of kilometers per hour and incinerated everything organic in their path. The temperature was so high that people died instantly from thermal shock, and the pyroclastic material sealed the city in a way that was both more destructive and more preservative than what happened to Pompeii. Herculaneum was a smaller, wealthier town than Pompeii. Where Pompeii was a working commercial port with a mixed population, Herculaneum was more of a resort town for wealthy Romans who wanted seaside villas and a quiet place to relax away from the noise of Rome. The houses are generally more elaborate, the frescoes more refined, the overall vibe more exclusive resort than bustling port city. And in one of these wealthy villas, archaeologists in the 1750s made a discovery that has tantalized scholars for nearly 300 years, a library. The Villa of the Papyri, named for what was found there, contained approximately 800 carbonized papyrus scrolls, the only surviving library from the ancient world. These weren't stone inscriptions or documents preserved in desert conditions. These were actual papyrus books, the kind Romans would have read from, collected, studied, and sheltered from the elements in a dedicated library room. When the pyroclastic flows hit, the scrolls carbonized, turned to carbon without burning completely, which destroyed them as readable objects but also preserved their physical structure in a way that nothing else could have. Here's the problem. Carbonized papyrus is incredibly fragile. It's basically charcoal in the shape of a scroll, and charcoal crumbles at the slightest touch. Early attempts to unroll these scrolls were catastrophic. They disintegrate into powder as soon as someone tried to open them, destroying whatever text they contained. Some scrolls were successfully unrolled using various techniques in the 18th and 19th centuries, and scholars were able to read text from them, but the process destroyed the scrolls and was only partially successful. The majority of the library remained unreadable, sitting in storage in Naples and Oxford, tantalizing researchers with the promise of lost ancient texts that nobody could access without destroying them. Then came the 21st century and technologies that would seem like magic to the 18th century scholars who first tried to read these scrolls. X-ray imaging, CT scanning, and most importantly synchrotron radiation, a type of extremely bright X-ray produced by particle accelerators, have made it possible to read carbonized scrolls without unrolling them. The technique works because the iron-based inks that Romans used have different densities than the papyrus they're written on, and high-resolution imaging can detect these density differences through layers of rolled-up scroll. It's like using medical imaging technology to perform an autopsy on ancient books. The process is technically complex and requires access to expensive scientific facilities, specifically synchrotron light sources, which are massive particle accelerators that exist at only a handful of locations worldwide. You bring your carbonized scroll to the facility, put it in the beam path, and scan it from multiple angles, collecting thousands of high-resolution images. Then computer software processes these images to virtually unroll the scroll, layer by layer, revealing the text without physically touching the fragile original. It's non-destructive reading, pulling information out of objects that were written off as lost forever. The results have been both exciting and frustrating. Exciting because we're reading texts that haven't been seen in 2,000 years, recovering voices from the ancient world that were assumed lost. Frustrating because the scrolls are difficult to read. The ink is faded, the layers are compressed and distorted, and the automated processing doesn't always correctly separate the layers or identify text accurately. Researchers have to spend hundreds of hours manually checking computer-generated readings, correcting errors, filling in gaps where the imaging couldn't capture enough detail. What they've found so far is tantalizing. Many of the scrolls contain works by Philodemus of Gadara, a Greek Epicurean philosopher who apparently lived at or visited the villa. We've recovered texts on ethics, rhetoric, music, and aesthetics, philosophical writings that supplement our knowledge of Epicurean thought in the 1st century BCE. These aren't the literary blockbusters that scholars were hoping for, no lost plays by Sophocles or missing dialogues by Plato, but they're valuable additions to our understanding of Hellenistic philosophy. But here's the thing that keeps researchers up at night. The Villa of the Papyri almost certainly had a second floor that was destroyed by the pyroclastic flows. The scrolls that survived were in a ground floor room or basement area. If there was a main library on the upper floor, and wealthy Romans typically had their most prestigious rooms on upper floors, then there might have been another 1,000 scrolls that were completely destroyed. And those upper floor scrolls might have been the Latin literature, the important works, the texts that a wealthy Roman would have displayed prominently. We might have recovered the philosophical writings that were kept in the less prestigious ground floor storage, while the real treasures were destroyed without trace. Even more tantalizing, the Villa of the Papyri was clearly a work in progress when Vesuvius erupted. There's evidence of renovation and expansion. The library might not have contained the owner's complete collection. There might have been more scrolls in storage elsewhere, or texts that hadn't yet been acquired. We're seeing a snapshot of a library at one moment in time, not its full extent. It's like discovering a burned bookstore and recovering only the books from the back storage room while the main floor with all the bestsellers got completely destroyed. Recent advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are being applied to the scroll reading problem. Researchers are training algorithms to recognize letter patterns, predict text based on context, and fill in gaps where the imaging is incomplete. There's now a competition with prize money for anyone who can successfully read longer passages from the scrolls using computational methods. The hope is that AI can accelerate the reading process and recover text that human scholars couldn't decipher, though the current results are mixed. The technology is promising but still requires extensive human verification. The implications of successfully reading the entire Herculaneum library are staggering. We might recover lost works of Ennius, Livius Andronicus, Naevius, Pacuvius, early Latin poets whose works survive only in fragments. We might find missing speeches by Cicero, lost histories by Livy, poems by Catullus that didn't make it into the standard collection. We might discover completely unknown authors, perspectives from ancient voices we've never heard, or we might find more philosophical treatises and technical manuals, valuable but not the earth-shaking literary discoveries that scholars dream about. The uncertainty is both exciting and maddening. There's also ongoing debate about whether more scrolls exist still buried at the site. The Villa of the Papyri was never fully excavated. It's buried under modern buildings, and excavation would be phenomenally expensive and destructive to current structures. Ground-penetrating radar and other remote sensing technologies have suggested there are more rooms, possibly containing more scrolls, but confirming this would require excavation that isn't currently feasible. So we know there might be more ancient texts waiting in the ground, but we can't reach them. It's the archaeological equivalent of knowing there's buried treasure, but being unable to dig because someone built a shopping mall on top of it. The broader point of all this, the fresco conservation, the reinterpretation of structures, the library scrolls, is that archaeology isn't a static field where we make discoveries and then know everything. It's a constantly evolving process where new technologies, new methods, and new perspectives force us to revise our understanding continuously. The Pompeii and Herculaneum that modern tourists visit is vastly different from what early excavators saw, and future generations will see it differently still as conservation continues, new areas are excavated, and technology reveals details currently invisible to us. Every generation of archaeologists thinks they're finally getting it right, finally understanding what really happened in the past. And every generation is partially correct and partially wrong, limited by the tools and perspectives available to them. The honest approach is acknowledging these limitations while doing the best work possible with current methods, knowing that our conclusions are provisional and subject to revision. That's not a weakness of archaeology, it's a strength, the willingness to change conclusions when evidence demands it. So when you look at a Pompeian fresco today, you're not just seeing ancient paint on a wall. You're seeing the result of complex artistic techniques, expensive imported pigments, cultural meanings we only partially understand, centuries of environmental degradation, modern conservation efforts, and ongoing scholarly debates about interpretation. When you walk through Pompeii's streets, you're walking on stones that researchers are still analysing to understand ancient traffic patterns. When you hear about the Herculaneum scrolls, you're hearing about texts that were destroyed 2,000 years ago, but might be readable again using technology that wouldn't have been imaginable even 50 years ago. The past isn't a fixed thing we can simply observe and document. It's something we actively construct through interpretation, constantly revised as new information becomes available. That makes archaeology frustrating. We'll never have complete certainty about most ancient sites, but also endlessly fascinating. There's always more to discover, always another layer to uncover, always another assumption to question. And every discovery, every reinterpretation, every successfully read scroll brings us slightly closer to understanding what life was actually like in these ancient cities, even as we acknowledge how much will always remain uncertain and unknowable. Let's talk more about the actual experience of creating these frescoes, because the technique was demanding in ways that modern painters with their forgiving acrylics and oils can barely imagine. A Roman fresco painter would start their day knowing exactly how much wall they could realistically complete before the plaster dried, typically about 1 to 2 square meters, depending on the complexity of the design and the humidity conditions. This section of fresh plaster was called a giornata, literally a day's work, and you can actually see the boundaries between giornatas if you look carefully at frescoes under the right lighting conditions. The painter couldn't blend across these boundaries once the plaster dried, so they had to plan their work to hide the seams in architectural elements or at natural breaks in the composition. The preparation process before any painting happened was extensive. First, the wall surface had to be properly prepared with multiple plaster layers, each one smoothed and allowed to dry before the next was applied. The Romans used a lime-based plaster mixed with volcanic ash or sand, and they were meticulous about the mixing ratios because weak plaster would crack and strong plaster would be too hard to work. The base layers, oricio, were coarser and provided structural support. The final layer, intonaco, was fine and smooth, perfect for accepting pigments. The whole process could take weeks before the actual painting began, and wealthy patrons were probably not thrilled about the delay, but there was no shortcut if you wanted frescoes that would last. Once the final layer was applied to a section, the clock started. The painter had to work quickly but precisely, applying pigments to wet plaster that was chemically reacting as they painted. Some pigments worked better than others in the alkaline environment of wet lime plaster. Earth pigments like ochres were reliable. Carbon black was stable. But some colours were problematic. Certain blues and greens couldn't survive the chemical environment and had to be applied later as secco painting on dry plaster, which was less durable but sometimes necessary for specific colour effects. The painter would have assistants preparing pigments, mixing batches to consistent colours, because running out of a specific shade midway through a giornata would be disastrous. You couldn't stop and make more of exactly the same colour. The chemistry of pigment mixing meant every batch was slightly different. So they'd prepare enough for the entire section, test it on spare plaster, and only then commit to painting on the actual wall. The pressure must have been intense, especially on prestigious commissions where wealthy patrons expected perfection. We don't know the names of most of the artists who painted Pompeii's frescoes. Fresco painting wasn't considered a prestigious art in Roman culture the way sculpture was. Painters were craftspeople, often enslaved or freed people, valued for their skills but not celebrated as individual artists. There are no Roman equivalents of Renaissance masters signing their works and achieving fame. The paintings are beautiful, technically accomplished, sometimes truly brilliant compositions, but they're anonymous. The personality of the artist erased by time and Roman attitudes toward manual labour. Some workshops can be identified by style and technique. Researchers have found fresco signatures in the work itself, characteristic ways of rendering eyes, distinctive approaches to architectural perspective, preferred colour combinations that suggest the same workshop or trained group of artists worked on multiple buildings. But we can't put names to these styles. We can only say this looks like the same hand that painted that other villa, and imagine the workshop relationships and training lineages that produce such consistent techniques. The working conditions for fresco painters varied wildly depending on their status. Enslaved painters had no choice in their assignments and no control over their working conditions. They painted what their owners commanded in the time permitted for no compensation beyond basic survival. Free painters could at least theoretically refuse commissions or negotiate terms, though economic pressure probably limited their actual freedom to be choosy. The work was physically demanding, standing or kneeling for hours, reaching overhead to paint high sections, working in rooms without adequate light or ventilation, breathing plaster dust and pigment particles that were probably slowly poisoning them. Lead-based pigments were common and definitely toxic, though Romans didn't understand the health effects. Mercury-based cinnabar was beautiful and deadly. Even the lime plaster was caustic and harmful if you were exposed constantly. Fresco painters probably had shortened life expectancies from occupational hazards they couldn't avoid and barely understood. But the work had to be done, the walls needed decoration, and someone had to paint them. The repair and maintenance of frescoes was an ongoing concern for wealthy Romans. Plaster could crack, moisture could damage paintings, smoke from oil lamps would darken colours over time. Some homes show evidence of paintings being retouched or repainted, suggesting ongoing maintenance to keep decorations looking fresh. The Villa of Mysteries frescoes, for instance, show signs of ancient repairs where sections were damaged and repainted, possibly multiple times over the villa's lifetime. This tells us Romans cared about maintaining their decorative investments, though it also complicates interpretation because we might be looking at paintings that were modified over decades. Now let's return to the technological revolution that's reshaping how we understand these sites. The 3D scanning work isn't limited to street analysis. It's being applied throughout Pompeii to create comprehensive digital records of the entire city. Researchers are scanning buildings, frescoes, objects, everything they can access, creating digital archives that will outlast the physical remains. This is partially preservation. If a building collapses or a fresco deteriorates further, we'll have detailed records of what it looked like, and partially research tool, because you can analyze digital models in ways that aren't possible with physical sites. For instance, researchers have used 3D models to study how light moved through Roman houses at different times of day and year. This sounds trivial until you realize that Romans designed their homes around natural light. They didn't have electric lighting, so architectural planning had to consider solar angles, courtyard orientations, window placements. By recreating historical lighting conditions in digital models, researchers discovered that certain rooms were designed to be used at specific times of day when natural light would be optimal. The formal dining room might face west to catch afternoon light for evening dinners. The morning room would face east. These weren't accidents, but deliberate architectural choices based on how Romans used their spaces. The traffic flow research has expanded beyond just one-way streets. Analysis of wear patterns shows that certain routes through the city were heavily used, while parallel streets saw minimal traffic, suggesting that Romans had preferred paths and regular routes they followed. Some streets show evidence of specialized traffic. Heavily worn ruts in specific patterns suggest commercial deliveries to certain districts. Other streets are barely worn, suggesting they were residential backwaters where only locals travelled. The cumulative picture is of a city with organic traffic patterns that evolved over decades of use, with the infrastructure shaped by and shaping how people moved through urban space. The reinterpretation of the quadriporticus has led researchers to re-examine other structures that were casually labelled based on limited evidence. A building that was identified as a brothel because it had erotic frescoes might actually have been a private home where the owner had particular tastes in decoration. A space labelled as a warehouse could have been a commercial establishment or guild headquarters. The lesson is that we need to look at actual evidence, architectural features, objects found in situ, wear patterns, building modifications, rather than accepting interpretations based on assumptions. This doesn't mean all previous interpretations were wrong. Many were correct or close to correct. But the ones that were wrong have persisted for generations because nobody had the tools or inclination to question them rigorously. Now we have the tools, and the questioning is revealing how much we thought we knew, but actually just assumed based on incomplete information. The Herculaneum Library project has become increasingly sophisticated as technology improves. The latest advances use machine learning algorithms trained on known Greek texts to predict what damaged or unclear letters might be, based on linguistic patterns and context. The software essentially learns how Greek was written in this period and can make educated guesses about incomplete text. The accuracy isn't perfect. The algorithms make mistakes that human scholars have to correct, but they're getting better and can process images much faster than humans can. One recent breakthrough involved using particle physics techniques to separate overlapping layers of papyrus in the 3D scans. When a scroll is tightly rolled, you get multiple layers of papyrus pressed together, and the writing on one layer can interfere with reading the text on adjacent layers. Physicists developed algorithms that can virtually separate these layers, isolating individual surfaces and making the text clearer. It's the kind of complex problem-solving that requires expertise from multiple fields: archaeology, classical philology, computer science, physics, all working together on a problem that no single discipline could solve alone. What makes the Herculaneum Library particularly valuable is that it represents actual reading material from a Roman household, not the carefully curated texts that survived through medieval copying. The texts that medieval monks chose to preserve were the ones they found morally acceptable and intellectually valuable by medieval standards. That selection process means our surviving classical literature is biased towards certain types of texts: moral philosophy, Christian-compatible works, practical manuals that monks needed. Less respectable works, bawdy poetry, controversial philosophy, popular entertainment, were less likely to be copied and more likely to be lost. The Herculaneum scrolls bypass this selection process. These are the books a wealthy Roman actually owned and read, preserved by volcanic accident rather than deliberate cultural curation. If we can read the entire library, we'll see what Romans actually valued as reading material, not what medieval scribes thought was worth preserving. The bias in surviving classical literature will be revealed, and we might recover voices and perspectives that were deliberately excluded from the transmission of ancient texts. The philosophical works recovered so far are valuable precisely because they weren't preserved through medieval copying. Philodemus wasn't a major enough figure to warrant extensive copying. He was a minor Epicurean philosopher whose works survived only in fragments and quotations by other authors. The Herculaneum scrolls contain complete works by Philodemus, allowing scholars to understand his philosophy in context, rather than through scattered quotations. This is significant for understanding Epicurean thought in the late Republic and early Empire, a period when Epicureanism was influential but controversial in Roman culture. One scroll contained a work called On the Good King According to Homer, which uses Homeric epics to discuss political philosophy and ideal rulership. This text was completely unknown before being recovered from Herculaneum and provides insights into how educated Romans thought about leadership and power. Another scroll discusses rhetoric and effective speaking, relevant to understanding Roman education and political culture. A work on music theory describes Greek musical scales and their emotional effects, preserving technical information about ancient music that doesn't survive elsewhere. These aren't blockbuster discoveries, but they're filling gaps in our knowledge of ancient intellectual culture. The dream scenario for classical scholars is finding scrolls containing lost works of major authors. There's theoretical possibility that the villa's owner collected Greek drama, lost histories, scientific treatises, letters between famous Romans, any of which would be sensational discoveries. Imagine recovering a complete play by Sophocles or Euripides that we didn't know existed. Imagine finding Aristotle's lost works on comedy or early philosophy. Imagine discovering letters between Cicero and Brutus discussing the assassination of Caesar. These are the kinds of finds that would revolutionize classical scholarship and change how we understand ancient culture. The probability of such discoveries is low but non-zero. The villa's owner appears to have been interested primarily in Greek philosophy, which suggests his collection focused on that area. But wealthy Romans typically had diverse interests, and the villa might contain texts purchased for guests or family members with different tastes. Until every scroll is read, and we're decades away from that achievement if we ever reach it, there's always the tantalizing possibility that the next scroll will contain something extraordinary. The technical challenges of reading these scrolls continue to evolve as new problems emerge. Some scrolls are in worse condition than others, more compressed or damaged or degraded. The ink in some scrolls has faded to the point where it's nearly invisible even with the best imaging technology. Some papyri have been damaged by previous attempts to unroll them, creating holes and tears that interrupt the text. Each scroll presents unique challenges requiring customized approaches and careful analysis. There's also the problem of ancient handwriting, which varied by scribe and period. The scrolls contain writing from multiple hands. Different scribes made copies at different times, and recognizing individual letter forms requires expertise in ancient paleography. Automated systems struggle with handwriting variation, mistaking one letter for another when the scribe's handwriting was unclear or unconventional. Human scholars have to review the computer-generated transcriptions carefully, correcting mistakes and filling in ambiguities that the algorithms can't handle. The process of publishing transcriptions and translations of recovered texts is slow because scholars want to be confident in their readings before making claims about content. An error in transcription could lead to misinterpretation of ancient philosophy or false attributions of authorship. The academic pressure to get it right conflicts with public interest in quick results, creating tension between scholarly caution and broader enthusiasm for discoveries. But the cautious approach is necessary. It's better to work slowly and carefully than to rush out incorrect readings that mislead future scholars. Meanwhile, conservation of the physical scrolls remains an ongoing concern. Even though we can now read them virtually, the actual objects are historically valuable and need preservation. They're stored in climate-controlled facilities with limited access to prevent degradation. Some scrolls are too fragile to transport to scanning facilities, requiring portable scanning equipment to be brought to them. The logistics of managing a collection of 1/800 ancient scrolls, each one unique and irreplaceable, while simultaneously trying to extract information from them using cutting-edge technology, is a massive organizational and technical challenge. The broader implications of this work extend beyond just Pompeii and Herculaneum. The techniques developed for reading carbonized scrolls could be applied to other damaged texts discovered at archaeological sites. There are charred documents from medieval European fires, burned papyri from other ancient sites, damaged manuscripts that haven't been readable with conventional methods. The technology pipeline from particle physics to digital humanities creates possibilities for recovering texts that were previously considered lost forever. It's worth noting how strange and wonderful this whole situation is. We're using particle accelerators designed for fundamental physics research to read ancient philosophy. We're applying machine learning algorithms developed for image recognition to classical paleography. We're combining archaeology, computer science, physics, and philology to solve problems that no single field could address alone. The interdisciplinary collaboration required for this work represents a model for how humanities and sciences can work together productively, each bringing specialized expertise to problems that span traditional academic boundaries. The digital models of Pompeii, the virtually unrolled scrolls, the 3D scans of frescoes, all of this creates a digital archive of Roman culture that will outlive the physical remains and be accessible to researchers worldwide. A scholar in Tokyo can examine detailed models of Pompeian architecture without traveling to Italy. A student in Brazil can study high-resolution images of frescoes that tourists can't photograph clearly because of lighting conditions. The democratization of access to cultural heritage through digital technology is one of the positive outcomes of these projects, even as we acknowledge that the technology isn't evenly distributed, and many scholars and institutions lack resources to participate fully in this digital revolution. But the technology also raises questions about the relationship between digital copies and physical sites. If we have perfect 3D models of Pompeii, do we still need to preserve the physical city? Obviously yes, because there's irreplaceable value in authentic ancient structures, and the experience of being in actual Roman spaces. But the question highlights tensions between preservation, access, and resources. Digital models can be preserved indefinitely without degradation, while physical sites require constant expensive maintenance. The ideal is preserving both, but resources are limited and choices must be made about priorities. The same applies to the Herculaneum scrolls. Once we've digitally imaged and virtually unrolled them, extracting all possible textual information, what happens to the physical scrolls? They remain valuable as artifacts, but their information has been extracted and preserved digitally. Do they sit in storage, never touched again except by conservators checking their condition? Or do we find ways to display them, accepting the risk of degradation, because public engagement with ancient artifacts has its own value? These aren't easy questions, and different stakeholders, archaeologists, conservators, museum curators, funding agencies, local communities, have different and sometimes conflicting priorities. What's certain is that our understanding of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Roman culture more broadly will continue evolving as technology advances and new discoveries are made. The frescoes we thought we understood might be reinterpreted as scholars bring new perspectives to old images. The streets we assumed we knew might reveal new patterns as analysis techniques improve. The scrolls might contain surprises that change how we think about ancient literature and philosophy. Or maybe not. Maybe we've found most of what there is to find, and future work will produce incremental rather than revolutionary insights. But the possibility of surprise, the chance that tomorrow's excavation or today's scan might reveal something extraordinary, is part of what makes this work compelling. We're trying to reconstruct ancient lives from fragmentary evidence, building narratives from shards of pottery and traces of paint and carbonized scrolls that might contain lost masterpieces or might contain grocery lists. The uncertainty is frustrating, but also liberating. There's always more to discover, always another question to ask, always another assumption to test against evidence. And that's ultimately what makes archaeology and classical studies vital fields of inquiry, rather than museums of dead knowledge. The past isn't dead. It's not even past, as Faulkner supposedly said. It's constantly being reconstructed and reinterpreted as each generation brings new tools and perspectives to bear on ancient remains. We've spent considerable time talking about buildings, art, food, entertainment, the material culture that survived Pompeii's destruction. But now we need to confront something more immediate and more unsettling: the people themselves. Not as abstract historical figures or statistical data points, but as actual human beings whose bodies were preserved in their final moments by the volcanic catastrophe that killed them. Because Pompeii didn't just preserve buildings and objects. It preserved death, in forms so visceral and personal that they force us to reckon with questions about scientific inquiry, human dignity, and what we owe to people who died 2,000 years ago without any ability to consent to becoming objects of study. Let's start with the plaster casts, because they're probably the most famous and most disturbing artifacts from Pompeii. When early excavators in the 1860s were digging through the hardened ash and pumice that buried the city, they started noticing something strange. Hollow spaces in the volcanic material, roughly human-shaped, sometimes containing bones. These voids were essentially molds created when bodies were buried in ash that hardened around them. The soft tissue decomposed over centuries, leaving empty spaces in the exact shape of the people who died there. An Italian archaeologist named Giuseppe Fiorelli realized that if you pumped liquid plaster into these voids before excavating them, you could create casts that captured the bodies in their final positions. The technique worked horrifyingly well. The resulting casts show people in their last moments, curled up trying to protect themselves, reaching toward loved ones, covering their faces, frozen in poses of terror or agony or resignation. Some are adults, some are children, some are family groups who died together. The casts capture clothing folds, facial expressions, even the texture of fabric and wood that had pressed against the bodies. They're not sculptures or artistic representations. They're direct physical impressions of real people dying in real time, preserved by accident in a medium that happened to be perfect for mold making. These casts became sensations when they were first created and remain some of the most powerful artifacts from Pompeii. They're displayed in museums and site exhibitions, photographed constantly, reproduced in documentaries and textbooks. They make Pompeii's destruction viscerally real in ways that ruined buildings never could. Looking at a plaster cast of a person who died 2,000 years ago, seeing the detail of their clothing and the expression on their face, creates an emotional connection across millennia that's both valuable for understanding the human cost of the eruption and deeply uncomfortable because you're essentially looking at a death mask created from someone's actual body. For over a century, these casts were treated primarily as display objects and teaching tools. They were important for showing the eruption's human impact, but the scientific investigation was limited. You could see the external details, note the positions and locations where people died, make some basic observations about age and gender based on body size and clothing. But the casts were opaque. You couldn't see inside them without destroying them, and early 20th century technology didn't offer many options for non-destructive investigation. So the casts sat in museums, powerful but silent witnesses to ancient tragedy, holding secrets that couldn't be accessed without unacceptable damage. Then came modern medical imaging technology, and suddenly these opaque plaster shells became transparent to scientific investigation in ways Fiorelli could never have imagined. CT scanning, computed tomography, the same technology used to image internal organs and detect tumours in hospital patients, can see through plaster just as easily as it sees through flesh. By scanning the casts, researchers could examine the skeletal remains inside without damaging the plaster or disturbing the bones. It's non-invasive autopsy, extracting information from bodies that have been sealed in plaster for over a century. The CT scans revealed immediately that many long-standing assumptions about the casts were wrong. Bodies that had been labelled as women based on clothing and body size turned out to have male skeletal structures. People assumed to be adults were revealed as adolescents whose growth plates hadn't fully fused. Family groups that excavators thought were parents and children turned out to be unrelated individuals who happened to die near each other. The external appearance of the casts had led to interpretations that the internal evidence contradicted, which is a good reminder that assumptions based on surface observations can be wildly inaccurate. The skeletal analysis made possible by CT scanning tells detailed stories about these individuals' lives and deaths. You can see evidence of childhood malnutrition in bone development, signs of heavy labour in joint wear and muscle attachment points, healed fractures from old injuries, dental disease from poor oral hygiene and high-sugar diets. You can estimate age at death from tooth wear, bone fusion, and degenerative changes. You can identify pathologies, arthritis, infections, tumours, that affected these people during life. The skeletons are biographical documents written in calcium and phosphate, recording years of physical experience in bone tissue that outlasted everything else about these individuals. One particularly well-studied case involves a cast of a person found in the Garden of the Fugitives, one of several individuals who died together while apparently trying to flee the eruption. This person, initially labelled as an adult male based on body size, turned out upon CT scanning to be a young person in late adolescence, perhaps 17 or 18 years old. The skeleton showed evidence of physical labour from a young age, pronounced muscle attachments on arm and leg bones, suggesting repetitive heavy work. The teeth showed signs of nutritional stress in childhood. Horizontal lines in the enamel called enamel hypoplasia that form when nutrition is inadequate during tooth development. This person grew up poor, worked hard, probably didn't eat particularly well and died young trying to escape a volcano. But CT scanning was just the beginning. The real revolution came when researchers realised they could extract DNA from the skeletal remains inside the plaster casts and use genetic analysis to determine ancestry, family relationships, and even some physical characteristics. DNA degrades over time. It's a fragile molecule that breaks down under exposure to heat, moisture, and oxygen. But teeth and dense bone tissue can preserve usable DNA for thousands of years if conditions are right. The volcanic burial at Pompeii created conditions that were actually fairly good for DNA preservation. The bodies were buried quickly, sealed in ash that excluded oxygen, and kept at relatively stable temperatures underground. The DNA extraction process is technically demanding and requires extreme precautions against contamination. Ancient DNA is present in tiny quantities and is damaged and fragmented, while modern DNA from researchers, excavators, and anyone who's handled the remains is abundant and intact. Contamination can easily overwhelm ancient signals, leading to false results. So the work happens in dedicated ancient DNA labs with strict protocols. Researchers wear full protective gear, work in positive pressure clean rooms, use sterile instruments, and run extensive controls to detect contamination. It's like forensic science meets molecular biology meets archaeology, and every step requires meticulous attention to detail. What the DNA analysis revealed was confirmation of what we already suspected from other evidence. Pompeii's population was genetically diverse, with ancestry from across the Mediterranean. Some individuals had DNA signatures consistent with Italian ancestry, others showed Eastern Mediterranean origins, still others had North African genetic markers. The genetic data matched the isotopic evidence from bone chemistry, and the historical evidence for Pompeii as a cosmopolitan port city. People from different regions had settled in Pompeii, intermarried, had children, created a genetically mixed population that reflected the city's role as a cultural crossroads. The DNA analysis also revealed family relationships between individuals whose castes were found together. In several cases, people who died in groups turned out to be genetically related. Parents and children, siblings, extended family members who stayed together during the catastrophe. But in other cases, people found together weren't related at all, suggesting that household groups included enslaved people, friends or neighbours who happened to be sheltering together when the eruption occurred. The genetic data is revising our understanding of Roman household composition and showing that ancient families were as complex and varied as modern ones, not the neat nuclear family units that 1950s historians assumed. Now let's add another layer of analysis: isotopic studies of bone and tooth chemistry. This is where things get really interesting because isotopes can reveal where people lived at different points in their lives, what they ate, and sometimes even what season they died in. The technique works because different regions have different isotopic signatures in their water and soil, and these signatures get incorporated into human tissues through food and drinking water. Your tooth enamel forms in childhood and doesn't change afterward, so it preserves a record of where you lived as a child. Your bone tissue remodels continuously throughout life, so it reflects recent diet and location. By comparing tooth isotopes with bone isotopes, researchers can determine if someone was local to Pompeii or migrated there from elsewhere. The isotopic analysis of Pompeian remains has revealed that many residents were migrants who spent their childhoods elsewhere and came to Pompeii as adults. This shouldn't be surprising. We know from historical sources that the Roman Empire had significant population mobility, with people moving for economic opportunities, military service, slavery, or other reasons. But the isotopic data quantifies this mobility and shows that even in a relatively small city like Pompeii, a substantial proportion of the population came from somewhere else. The cosmopolitan character of the city wasn't just cultural, it was literally written in the bones of the population. One individual whose remains have been extensively studied shows a particularly interesting isotopic profile. The tooth enamel indicates childhood in the Eastern Mediterranean, probably modern-day Turkey or Syria based on the specific isotopic values. But the bone isotopes show years of residence in Italy, and the final bone formation suggests residence specifically in the Campania region, where Pompeii is located. The DNA analysis confirms Eastern Mediterranean ancestry. The skeletal analysis shows evidence of childhood malnutrition but adequate nutrition in adulthood. Put all this together and you get a biographical sketch. Born in the Eastern Empire, probably enslaved or immigrated as a child or young adult, lived in Pompeii long enough for bones to remodel with Italian isotopic signatures, experienced improved nutrition after leaving their birthplace. A life story written in calcium isotopes and DNA bases. Now we come to the really science fiction seeming part: facial reconstruction. Using CT scans of skulls, anthropologists and forensic artists can digitally rebuild faces, working from bone structure to predict soft tissue depth and create images of what people looked like when they were alive. The process starts with a high-resolution CT scan that captures every detail of the skull surface. The skull is essentially the foundation for the face. The bones determine where eyes sit, the shape of the nose, the structure of cheeks and jaw. Soft tissues follow predictable patterns based on age, sex, ancestry and body mass. Patterns that forensic anthropologists have studied extensively using modern populations. One particularly detailed reconstruction involved the remains of a young man found near the city walls, apparently killed while trying to flee or help others escape. The CT scan showed a skull belonging to someone in their early 20s, with robust features suggesting male sex, and skeletal development consistent with physical labour from adolescence. The teeth were in relatively good condition with minimal wear, suggesting decent nutrition despite evidence of childhood stress in the bone development. The DNA analysis indicated genetic ancestry from the central Mediterranean, consistent with being ethnically Italian. The isotopic analysis showed local origin. This person grew up in Pompeii or nearby and never migrated far from their birthplace. The facial reconstruction process used this skeletal and genetic data to build a face layer by layer. First, the skull was digitally cleaned and oriented to standard anatomical position. Then, soft tissue depth markers were applied based on statistical averages for young adult males of Mediterranean ancestry. The muscles of facial expression were added following the attachment points visible on the skull. Fat deposits were modelled based on body mass estimates from skeletal dimensions. Skin was applied with texture and colouring based on genetic markers associated with pigmentation. The result was a face, not a photograph-accurate portrait, because soft tissue details like exact nose shape and ear form aren't predictable from bones alone, but a scientifically informed approximation of what this person might have looked like. The reconstructed face shows a young man with typically Mediterranean features: olive skin tone, dark hair, brown eyes, strong jaw, prominent nose. The expression is neutral, neither smiling nor frowning, because facial expressions aren't reconstructible from static bones. It's somewhat uncanny to look at, neither fully realistic nor obviously artificial, living in an uncomfortable space between scientific visualization and attempted resurrection. You're looking at a face that existed 2,000 years ago, reconstructed from bones by computer algorithms and artistic interpretation, close enough to reality to be emotionally affecting but not accurate enough to be a true portrait. This particular reconstruction was displayed in an exhibition about Pompeii, and public reaction was intense. Some people found it moving, a way to connect with an ancient individual as a real person rather than an abstract victim of disaster. Others found it disturbing, too intimate a violation of someone who never consented to have their face reconstructed and displayed to thousands of strangers. The emotional response to facial reconstructions reveals something important about how we relate to the dead. There's a difference between studying anonymous skeletal remains and looking at what might be someone's actual face. The reconstruction crosses a line from scientific specimen to personhood in ways that make people uncomfortable even as they find it fascinating. And this brings us to the ethical questions that hover around all of this work, like uncomfortable relatives at a family gathering that nobody wants to acknowledge but everyone can feel. Do we have the right to do this? To scan, analyze, sample, and reconstruct people who died 2,000 years ago without any ability to consent to becoming research subjects? Where's the line between legitimate scientific inquiry and violation of human dignity? Who decides what's acceptable and what crosses ethical boundaries? These aren't hypothetical questions. They're real dilemmas that archaeologists and bioarchaeologists grapple with constantly, and different people have very different answers. Let's start with the arguments in favour of this research, because they're substantial and worth taking seriously. The scientific value is undeniable. Every study of these remains adds to our understanding of ancient life, health, diet, demographics, migration, and social structure. The individuals who died at Pompeii can tell us things about Roman society that no written sources can convey. Patterns of inequality, lived experiences of different social classes, realities of nutrition and disease, diversity of origins and identities. The information extracted from skeletal remains and DNA complements and complicates the historical record in valuable ways. There's also an argument that studying these remains honours the dead by preserving their stories and ensuring they're remembered. Without investigation, they're anonymous victims of a natural disaster. With study, they become individuals with histories, people whose lives can be partially reconstructed and whose experiences contribute to human knowledge. The alternative, leaving them unstudied, might seem respectful but also consigns them to permanent anonymity. Which is more dignifying? Being studied by scientists who treat your remains with technical care if not personal relationship, or being forgotten entirely except as a statistical casualty? The educational and cultural value of this work also matters. The plaster casts, reconstructions, and scientific findings help modern people understand and empathise with ancient populations in ways that abstract history can't achieve. When you see a facial reconstruction of a young man who died fleeing Vesuvius, you connect emotionally with that individual's humanity in ways that reading "approximately 2,000 people died" never accomplishes. That emotional connection might be uncomfortable, but it's also valuable for remembering that history is made of real people with real lives, not just dates and events in textbooks. Now let's look at the counter-arguments, because they're also substantial and deserve serious consideration. The consent issue is fundamental and can't be hand-waved away. These individuals never agreed to be studied, never signed research protocols, never had any say in what happened to their bodies after death. The fact that they're ancient doesn't erase the ethical principle that people should have autonomy over their own bodies. We wouldn't accept research on recently deceased people without consent or legal authorization. Why is ancient death different? Just because it happened 2,000 years ago doesn't necessarily mean it's ethically simpler. There's also the question of cultural sensitivity and respect for the dead. Many cultures have strong beliefs about proper treatment of human remains, that they should be buried, not disturbed, certainly not put on display or subjected to destructive analysis. While ancient Romans are gone and can't advocate for their own cultural practices, we know from surviving texts that Romans cared deeply about proper burial and believed in an afterlife that required intact bodies. By some interpretations, every excavation that disturbs Roman graves and every analysis that destroys tissue samples violates Roman religious and cultural values. Are we justified in ignoring those values because the culture is extinct? The display issue is particularly fraught. The plaster casts are exhibited in museums and at Pompeii itself, viewed by millions of tourists who photograph them and walk past them while eating gelato and checking their phones. These are people's deaths turned into tourist attractions, suffering commodified for education and entertainment. Some ethicists argue this is deeply disrespectful regardless of scientific value, that human remains shouldn't be publicly displayed, that death deserves privacy, that the educational benefits don't justify the violation of dignity that public exhibition represents. The facial reconstructions add another layer of ethical complexity, because they make identification feel more possible even though it's not. When you're looking at bones, there's a clinical distance that makes the remains feel like scientific specimens. When you're looking at a reconstructed face, suddenly you're seeing a person, and the violation feels more personal. The reconstruction creates a simulacrum of identity that might not be accurate but feels true enough to generate emotional and ethical responses. Is it more respectful to leave people as anonymous bones, or does reconstruction actually honour their individuality? Different people reach different conclusions. There are also concerns about scientific reliability and the potential for misinterpretation. Facial reconstructions are approximations, not portraits. DNA analysis can be contaminated. Isotopic data can be ambiguous. The biographical narratives researchers construct from this data are educated guesses, not certain knowledge. When we display these reconstructions and narratives to the public, are we being clear enough about the uncertainty involved? Or are we presenting speculation as fact, creating false certainty about ancient lives because it makes better museum exhibits and more compelling stories? The research also has unequal impacts. Western scientists study remains from ancient sites, extract knowledge that advances their careers and institutions, and produce scholarship that's primarily accessible to Western academic audiences. The source communities, in this case modern Italians living near Pompeii, don't necessarily benefit equally from this work. There are legitimate questions about who owns the past, who has the right to study it, and how the benefits and burdens of archaeological research should be distributed. Colonialism and extraction aren't just about physical artifacts, they also apply to knowledge production and who gets to control narratives about the past. So where does this leave us? With no easy answers, honestly. Different ethicists and archaeologists draw the line in different places. Some argue for maximum possible scientific investigation, because the knowledge gain justifies the means. Others advocate for minimal intervention and strict limits on what kinds of analysis are acceptable. Still others suggest compromise positions, conduct research but don't display remains publicly, allow study but require reburial afterward, extract information but limit destructive sampling, use facial reconstruction for research but not for public exhibition. Many institutions have developed formal policies about human remains, requiring ethics board approval for research, setting standards for respectful treatment and storage, consulting with descendant communities when possible, balancing scientific goals with cultural sensitivities. These policies vary widely by country and institution, reflecting different cultural values and legal frameworks. What's acceptable in one place might be prohibited elsewhere, and there's ongoing debate about whether international standards should be established, or whether local variation is appropriate given different cultural contexts. The ancient Roman dead can't participate in these discussions, which is precisely the problem. They have no descendants who can claim authority to speak for them, no living cultural community that maintains their religious and burial practices, no legal standing to enforce their hypothetical preferences. They're voiceless, and we're making decisions about their bodies based on our own values, priorities, and interests. The best we can do is try to balance competing considerations: scientific value, educational benefit, cultural respect, human dignity, and acknowledge that perfect solutions don't exist. Some researchers approach this work with explicit rituals of respect, acknowledging the humanity of the remains they study even as they treat them as scientific specimens. Before beginning analysis, they might take a moment to recognize that these were real people who deserve consideration. During study, they handle remains carefully and minimize invasive procedures. After completing research, they ensure proper storage and protection. These practices don't solve the underlying ethical dilemmas, but they represent attempts to maintain human connection and respect within a scientific framework that necessarily objectifies the subjects of study. The question of what we owe to the ancient dead might ultimately be unanswerable in any definitive way. Different ethical frameworks produce different conclusions. Utilitarian approaches emphasize maximizing knowledge and benefit, suggesting extensive research is justified if it produces valuable information. Deontological approaches focus on duties and rules, potentially concluding that consent requirements and respect for the dead constrain permissible research regardless of benefits. Virtue ethics considers what kind of people we want to be and what character traits we're cultivating. Does this work make us more curious and knowledgeable, or more willing to objectify and exploit the powerless? Religious and spiritual perspectives add additional complexity. If you believe in an afterlife where intact bodies matter, disturbing burials and destroying tissue samples for DNA analysis is deeply problematic. If you believe consciousness ends at death and bodies are just organic material, then respect for the dead is more about cultural practices and living people's feelings than about obligations to the deceased themselves. If you believe the dead continue to exist in some form and can be honored by remembrance and study, then research might be a form of respect rather than violation. These metaphysical questions shape ethical conclusions but can't be resolved through empirical investigation. The public dimension of this work also matters. When museums display plaster casts and reconstructions, they're making decisions about representation, narrative, and who gets to be seen and remembered. The spectacular deaths, people caught in dramatic poses, children, families get attention and reconstruction work. The less photogenic remains, scattered bones, partial skeletons, unspectacular deaths, get less focus. This creates a biased sample where some ancient people are remembered and individualized while others remain anonymous. Is this ethical? Unavoidable? Both? The selection process for who gets studied and reconstructed and displayed reflects modern values and interests as much as ancient realities. There's also the question of how long these ethical obligations persist. The Pompeii dead have been buried for 2,000 years. The culture they belong to is extinct. No one alive has personal memories of them, or direct cultural continuity with their way of life. Does this temporal distance change ethical calculations? Should we treat 2,000-year-old remains differently from 200-year-old remains or 20-year-old remains? Most societies have time-based distinctions in law and practice. Archaeological excavation of ancient sites is legal and accepted, while disturbing recent graves is criminal. But where exactly should the line be drawn and why? Some argue that temporal distance actually increases our obligations to study and remember the dead, because otherwise they'll be completely forgotten. The farther back in time, the more fragile the connection between past and present, and the more important it is to actively work at preserving memory and knowledge. From this perspective, leaving ancient remains unstudied is abandonment, not respect. A failure to honor the dead by ensuring their existence is remembered, and their lives contribute to human knowledge. Others argue the opposite, that temporal distance should make us more cautious, not less, because we have even less ability to know what these individuals would have wanted, or what their culture considered respectful treatment. The fact that we can't ask them or consult their descendants means we should err on the side of non-intervention, limiting research to non-invasive methods, and declining to do things that seem ethically questionable even if legally permitted. Uncertainty should breed caution, not permissiveness. What's certain is that this debate isn't going away. As technology advances, and it will continue advancing, we'll gain the ability to extract more information from ancient remains using methods that don't exist yet. Future researchers might be able to sequence complete genomes from degraded ancient DNA, reconstruct personality traits from brain endocasts, predict behaviors from skeletal markers, recover memories from preserved neural tissue if that's even possible. Each new capability will generate new ethical questions about whether we should do everything we can do, or whether some knowledge isn't worth the moral cost of obtaining it. The people whose remains we've discussed in this chapter, the young man with the reconstructed face, the migrant from the Eastern Mediterranean, the individuals whose DNA and isotopes tell stories of ancient lives, they're all real people who had hopes, fears, relationships, daily routines, and then died in circumstances they couldn't control. Our scientific investigation of their remains is also real, producing knowledge that wouldn't exist otherwise, contributing to human understanding of the past, and raising questions about ethics, respect, and responsibility that we're still figuring out how to answer. Maybe the best we can do is acknowledge the complexity, resist easy answers, and try to be thoughtful about the power we exercise over the dead through our research choices and representational practices. The ancient Romans who died at Pompeii can't consent, can't object, can't tell us what they'd want. We're left making decisions based on our values while trying to imagine theirs, knowing we'll never be certain we got it right. That discomfort, the awareness that we're operating in ethically ambiguous territory, might actually be valuable. Better to grapple with difficult questions than to assume we have all the answers and all the rights. The faces we reconstruct, the stories we tell, the knowledge we extract, all of it comes with obligations we're still defining and debating. The dead of Pompeii are teaching us about ancient life, but they're also teaching us about the responsibilities that come with the power to study and represent the past. Those lessons might be just as valuable as the scientific discoveries, even if they're considerably less comfortable to contemplate. Let's get more specific about the technical processes involved in studying these remains, because understanding the methodology helps clarify what's actually happening when researchers work with ancient bodies. The CT scanning process itself is remarkably similar to medical scanning, but adapted for archaeological specimens. The plaster cast is placed on the scanner bed, which is designed for living patients who can hold still but works just as well for plaster-encased skeletons, who have no choice in the matter, and move through the scanning ring while X-ray beams rotate around it, capturing thousands of cross-sectional images. The resulting data is a three-dimensional digital model composed of millions of voxels, three-dimensional pixels, each with a value representing X-ray density. Bone is dense and shows up bright white. Soft tissue would show up grey, but there's no soft tissue left, just air where the body decomposed. The plaster is moderately dense and shows up as a uniform medium grey shell around the empty space and bones. Specialized software can digitally remove the plaster, isolating the skeletal elements and allowing researchers to examine bones from any angle, make measurements, identify pathologies, and create digital reconstructions without ever touching the actual remains. This technology has revealed details that would be impossible to observe otherwise. In one cast of a person found in the Garden of the Fugitives, CT scanning showed a skull fracture that wasn't visible externally. The individual had been struck on the head by falling debris during the eruption, possibly a roof tile or piece of building material, and the impact had fractured the skull. This person might have died from the head injury rather than from asphyxiation or heat, which changes our understanding of how people died during different phases of the eruption. Some deaths were violent and traumatic from falling buildings and flying debris, not just the more commonly described asphyxiation from ash inhalation. Another cast revealed an individual wearing a bracelet that wasn't visible on the exterior of the plaster. The bracelet, made of copper alloy that showed up clearly in the CT scan, was a simple twisted wire design, not valuable enough to be mentioned in excavation reports, but precious to the person who wore it. This kind of small, personal detail humanizes the remains in ways that broader demographic data can't. Someone chose to wear this bracelet, probably daily based on the position on the wrist, and it was important enough that they were wearing it on the day they died. The DNA extraction process is even more complex than CT scanning and requires destructive sampling, which raises additional ethical concerns. Researchers need to remove small amounts of bone or tooth material, typically a few hundred milligrams, roughly the size of a grain of rice, and grind it into powder. The powder is treated with chemicals that break down the mineral matrix of bone and release any DNA present. The DNA is then purified, amplified using PCR, polymerase chain reaction, the same technique used in COVID testing and forensic investigations, and sequenced using high-throughput sequencing machines that can read millions of DNA fragments simultaneously. The challenge is that ancient DNA is damaged and fragmented. A modern DNA sample might have fragments averaging thousands of base pairs in length. Ancient DNA fragments are typically 50 to 100 base pairs long, sometimes even shorter, because the molecules have been broken by chemical and biological processes over centuries. The damage includes specific types of chemical modifications, cytosine bases converting to uracil, cross-links between DNA strands, breaks in the sugar phosphate backbone that create characteristic damage patterns. Researchers can actually use these damage patterns to distinguish authentic ancient DNA from modern contamination, because modern DNA doesn't show the same degradation profile. The amount of data generated by these analyses is staggering. A single CT scan of a plaster cast produces hundreds of gigabytes of imaging data. A full genome sequence from ancient DNA generates terabytes of sequence information that requires computational analysis to interpret. The isotopic analysis involves mass spectrometry data, chemical profiles, statistical modeling to interpret geographic origins. Every individual study generates mountains of data that take teams of researchers months or years to fully analyze and interpret. Science has become increasingly data-intensive, and bioarchaeology is no exception. What's particularly interesting is when multiple analytical approaches converge to tell consistent stories about individuals. Take the case of a woman found in a wealthy villa outside Pompeii's walls. The CT scan showed skeletal features consistent with female sex, age at death around 40 to 45 years based on dental wear and bone fusion patterns, and evidence of moderate arthritis in the spine and knees, suggesting a physically active life despite her apparent wealth based on the villa's location and quality. The DNA analysis confirmed female sex and showed genetic ancestry from the Italian peninsula. The isotopic analysis of tooth enamel indicated childhood spent locally in Campania, and bone isotopes confirmed continued local residence throughout life, with a diet rich in marine protein, seafood, consistent with coastal living, and enough wealth to afford fish regularly. The skeletal analysis revealed one more detail. This woman had given birth at least once, probably multiple times, based on characteristic changes in the pelvis that occur during pregnancy and childbirth. These skeletal modifications, widening of the sciatic notch, changes to the pubic symphysis, are reliable indicators of childbearing in female skeletons. Combined with her age and evident wealth, we can construct a biographical sketch. A woman born into a relatively prosperous local family, who lived her entire life in the Pompeii area, married and had children, maintained an active lifestyle despite her social status, and died in her early 40s in the villa she called home. Not revolutionary historical insights, perhaps, but a small window into one person's life that would otherwise be completely anonymous. The ethical debates around this work have created real controversies with concrete consequences. In 2017, a proposed exhibition that would have included plaster casts and reconstructions travelled to several countries but faced protests and calls for cancellation in multiple locations. Critics argued that displaying death for entertainment purposes, regardless of educational value, was inherently disrespectful. Supporters countered that the exhibition was sensitively designed, properly contextualized, and served important educational purposes by helping modern audiences understand ancient catastrophe and connect emotionally with historical victims. The compromise that emerged in several venues was to include the scientific data and reconstructions, but to display the actual plaster casts in a separate, clearly marked section, with warnings about sensitive content, allowing visitors to choose whether to view the human remains. This solution satisfied neither side completely. Critics still objected to any display. Supporters felt the segregation diminished educational impact, but it represented an attempt to balance competing values and give audiences agency in deciding their own comfort levels with viewing death. Different countries approach these issues with different regulatory frameworks. In the United States, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGRA, provides strong protections for indigenous remains and requires consultation with descendant communities, but doesn't apply to remains from outside the Americas or from populations without clear descendant communities. European countries have varying standards, with some requiring special permits for any research involving human remains, and others having minimal regulations for archaeological specimens. Italy specifically has laws governing Pompeii and Herculaneum remains, requiring approval from heritage authorities for any sampling or analysis. These regulatory differences create situations where research that's acceptable in one country might be prohibited in another, and where international collaborations require navigating multiple legal and ethical frameworks simultaneously. A recent genetic study of Pompeii remains involved researchers from Italy, Denmark, and the United States, each working under their own institutional ethics requirements, while also complying with Italian heritage law. The administrative complexity of getting all the necessary approvals took longer than the actual research. The facial reconstruction process deserves more detailed explanation because it's simultaneously scientific and artistic, objective and subjective, revealing and potentially misleading. After the CT scan provides the skull data, the first step is determining the individual's biological sex, age, and ancestry, because these factors influence facial soft tissue patterns. Sex affects brow ridge prominence, jaw shape, and muscle development. Age influences skin texture, fat distribution, and wrinkle patterns. Ancestry, biological ancestry, not cultural identity, affects typical nose shape, facial proportions, and other structural features that vary between populations. The next step is applying tissue depth markers, which are based on cadaver studies and forensic data about how thick soft tissue is at various points on the face. These depth markers vary by sex, age, ancestry, and body mass, so researchers use the most appropriate dataset for the individual being reconstructed. The markers are placed digitally on the 3D skull model at anatomically standardized points: the bridge of the nose, cheekbones, chin, forehead, and dozens of other locations. These markers guide the digital sculpting of soft tissue. The facial muscles are added next, modelled on anatomical atlases and adjusted for the individual's age and apparent muscle development based on skeletal markers. About 43 muscles control facial movement and expression, and while the reconstruction shows neutral expression, you can't determine someone's typical expression from their bones. The muscles need to be present to create realistic facial contours. Fat deposits are then added, concentrated in cheeks, under the chin, and around the eyes, in patterns that vary by sex, age, and body composition. The skin surface is the final layer, and this is where uncertainty increases dramatically. Skin texture, wrinkles, exact nose tip shape, ear morphology, none of these are directly determined by bone structure. Researchers make educated guesses based on age and ancestry, but two people with identical skulls could have noticeably different faces due to soft tissue variation that isn't predictable from bones. The eyes are particularly tricky. Eye colour might be determinable from DNA if the genes are preserved and interpretable, but eye shape, eyebrow configuration, and eyelid appearance are mostly guesswork. Hair is even more speculative. Hair colour and texture might be suggested by DNA, but hairstyle is pure assumption based on cultural context and period artwork. Did this Roman man wear his hair short in military fashion? Long in aristocratic style? Did he have a beard? Was he balding? The reconstruction has to make choices based on cultural norms and artistic representations, but any specific individual might have deviated from the norm. So facial reconstructions typically show generic period-appropriate hairstyles, rather than claiming to represent the actual person's choices. The result is a face that's scientifically informed but fundamentally approximate, close enough to what the person might have looked like to be emotionally affecting, but not accurate enough to identify them if you somehow encountered them in real life. Some forensic anthropologists describe reconstructions as depicting siblings rather than the actual individual. They'd look related, share family resemblance, but wouldn't be mistaken for each other. This distinction matters when we display reconstructions publicly, because viewers might assume they're seeing what the person actually looked like, rather than a scientifically constrained approximation. The question of accuracy becomes even more fraught when we consider that modern beauty standards and artistic conventions inevitably influence reconstruction choices. Reconstruction artists, even when working from scientific data, are making aesthetic decisions about facial features, skin texture, expression. Those choices reflect contemporary ideas about what faces should look like, what's considered normal or attractive, what feels realistic to modern viewers. We're not just reconstructing ancient faces, we're constructing faces that make sense to modern eyes, which might subtly or dramatically differ from how ancient Romans perceived faces. There's also the issue of dignity and representation. The plaster casts show people in their death throes, positions of pain, fear, desperate final movements. These aren't how the people would want to be remembered. A facial reconstruction creates an alternative image, showing the person in life rather than death, with neutral expression and peaceful demeanour. Is this more respectful, honouring their living appearance rather than their dying moment? Or is it a fiction we create for our own comfort, projecting modern sensibilities onto ancient dead, who might have had very different ideas about appropriate representation? Some scholars argue that facial reconstruction is inherently problematic because it creates the illusion of knowing individuals when actually we're just making informed guesses about appearance based on fragmentary data. The specificity of a reconstructed face makes people feel they understand who this person was, when really we know almost nothing about their personality, thoughts, hopes, fears, everything that actually makes someone a unique individual. The face becomes a kind of false intimacy, letting modern viewers feel connected to ancient people, while actually maintaining fundamental distance and misunderstanding. Others counter that facial reconstruction acknowledges rather than denies this limitation. The process itself reveals how much we don't know and can't recover, even as it provides a framework for imagination and empathy. The reconstructed face is explicitly labelled as an approximation, a scientific visualization rather than a portrait. Viewers who understand the methodology aren't being deceived. They're being invited to engage with the past through a specific scientific and artistic lens. The value is in the attempt to see ancient people as individuals rather than statistics, even if the seeing is imperfect and provisional. The experience of viewing these reconstructions varies dramatically between professional audiences and general publics. Archaeologists and bioarchaeologists look at reconstructions through trained eyes, immediately seeing the methodological choices and limitations, recognizing uncertainty in nose shape or hairline. General audiences often see them as portraits, representations of real people, without necessarily understanding how much interpretation and approximation is involved. This disconnect creates communication challenges when museums display reconstructions. How do you convey scientific uncertainty while still creating engaging exhibitions? How much methodological explanation can you include before visitors' eyes glaze over and they stop reading labels? The broader question underlying all of this, whether we should study ancient remains at all, connects to fundamental questions about knowledge, memory, and responsibility. Is knowledge inherently valuable enough to justify methods that might violate dignity or autonomy? Does the advancement of human understanding create sufficient moral justification for actions that would otherwise seem problematic? Different philosophical traditions answer these questions differently, and there's no universal consensus. Western academic culture tends toward epistemic optimism, the view that knowledge is valuable, that ignorance is worse than knowledge, that we should study everything we can because understanding is inherently good. This perspective drives enormous amounts of scientific research, including bioarchaeology, and produces real benefits in the form of enhanced understanding of human history, biology, culture, and experience. But it also risks instrumentalizing everything as potential research material, treating the world and its inhabitants past and present as resources for knowledge extraction, rather than as entities with their own value, independent of what we can learn from them. Other cultural traditions are more skeptical about unlimited knowledge acquisition, emphasizing respect, restraint, and recognition that some things should remain unknown or undisturbed. Many indigenous cultures have protocols about sacred knowledge that shouldn't be publicly shared, practices that should remain within communities, places that shouldn't be entered. These aren't primitive superstitions or obstacles to science. They're coherent ethical frameworks that prioritize different values than Western academic culture does. When those frameworks come into conflict with scientific investigation, there's no neutral arbiter to say which approach is correct. The Pompeii dead inhabit a strange middle ground. They're culturally distant enough that no living community can claim direct descent or cultural continuity. They're ancient enough that most legal and ethical frameworks treat them as archaeological specimens, rather than human remains requiring special protection. But they're also human, recognizably so, preserved in ways that make their humanity viscerally apparent. We can't ask them or their descendants what they'd want. We can only make our best judgments about how to balance competing values, knowledge and respect, science and dignity, public education and privacy, knowing that our judgments reflect our own cultural moment and might look misguided to future generations. What complicates this even further is that scientific practice itself has evolved dramatically over time. Early archaeology of Pompeii was essentially looting, artifact collection without documentation, destructive excavation techniques, no concern for context or stratigraphy. The 19th century creation of plaster casts was groundbreaking, but also treated bodies as display objects without ethical consideration. Mid-20th century archaeology developed more rigorous methods, but still often excluded source communities from decision-making about their own heritage. Modern practice is more ethically aware, more collaborative, more concerned with consent and consultation, but still operates within power structures that privilege certain voices and perspectives. Each generation of scholars looks back at previous practices with horror and confidence that they're doing better. And each generation is partially right. Methods do improve, ethical awareness does evolve. We do learn from past mistakes. But we should also be humble enough to recognize that future scholars will probably look at our current practices with similar dismay, seeing ethical blind spots and problematic assumptions that we can't recognize because they're embedded in our own cultural moment. The best we can do is be thoughtful, question our assumptions, seek diverse perspectives, and remain open to critique and change. The Pompeii dead, in all their preserved and analysed detail, force us to confront these questions in ways that more abstract archaeological remains don't. When you're looking at a plaster cast of someone's final moment, or a reconstructed face of a young man who died 2,000 years ago, You can't escape the human dimension of archaeological practice. These aren't just specimens, they're people, and our treatment of their remains says something about who we are and what we value. Whether we're studying them respectfully or violating them, honouring their memory or exploiting their deaths, depends on frameworks and values that we're still negotiating as a discipline and a society. The conversation isn't over, and it shouldn't be. After all this discussion about physical remains, ethical dilemmas, and the fragility of ancient artefacts, let's talk about a thoroughly modern approach to preservation, turning the entire city into ones and zeros. Because if there's one thing the 21st century loves, it's solving physical problems with digital solutions, and Pompeii is getting the full high-tech treatment whether it asks for it or not. We're creating a complete digital twin of the ancient city, capturing every stone, every fresco, every crack in the pavement with such obsessive detail that future researchers will be able to explore Pompeii even if the physical site crumbles into dust, which, given the state of preservation and funding challenges, is not entirely hypothetical. The project leading this digital revolution involves an architectural historian named Dr. Alessandro Benedetti, who apparently looked at Pompeii and thought, you know what this 2,000-year-old archaeological site needs? Laser beams. Lots of laser beams. The technology he's using, LiDAR, which stands for light detection and ranging, works by shooting millions of laser pulses at objects and measuring how long the light takes to bounce back. It's essentially echolocation using light instead of sound, and it can capture three-dimensional information about surfaces with millimeter-level precision. The same basic principle that bats use to navigate in the dark, except instead of catching insects, we're catching architectural details from the Roman Empire. The scanning process is both technically impressive and logistically nightmarish. You can't just set up one scanner in the middle of Pompeii and capture everything. The site is roughly 66 hectares of ruins with buildings, streets, walls, and enough visual obstacles that a single scan would miss enormous sections. So Benedetti's team has been methodically working through the city, setting up scanning stations every few meters, capturing overlapping scans from multiple angles, ensuring complete coverage of every accessible surface. It's like taking billions of photographs simultaneously from every possible perspective and combining them into a single unified three-dimensional model. The equipment itself is a sight to behold. Expensive laser scanning rigs mounted on tripods, connected to powerful computers that process the data in real time, all of it requiring careful calibration and positioning. The team has to work around tourists, weather conditions, lighting variations, and the practical reality that Pompeii is an active archaeological site where excavation and conservation work continues constantly. You can't scan a building that's currently covered in scaffolding or a street that's being excavated. The project has taken years and will probably take several more years before completion, assuming funding continues and nothing catastrophic happens to interrupt the work. The amount of data generated is genuinely staggering. Each laser pulse creates a single point in three-dimensional space, a coordinate with X, Y, and Z values indicating its position, plus additional information about the intensity of the reflected light, which helps characterize surface properties. A single scanning session might capture hundreds of millions of these points. Over the entire project, they're collecting petabytes of data. That's thousands of terabytes, millions of gigabytes, a quantity of information that would have been literally impossible to store or process with technology from even 20 years ago. Modern hard drives and cloud storage can handle it, but just barely, and the computational requirements for processing this data into usable models are enormous. The resulting point cloud, the raw output of LiDAR scanning, looks like a three-dimensional constellation where every point represents a spot on a physical surface. It's beautiful in an abstract way, though also somewhat unsettling because you're seeing the world decomposed into millions of discrete points rather than continuous surfaces. Specialized software can convert these point clouds into mesh models, digital surfaces made of millions of tiny triangles that look more recognizably like buildings and streets. These mesh models can then be textured using high-resolution photography, creating digital representations that are both geometrically accurate and visually realistic. The precision of this technology is frankly unnecessary for many purposes, which makes it perfect for archaeological documentation, where you never know what details might become important. You can measure the exact dimensions of a doorway to sub-millimeter accuracy. You can detect surface irregularities in walls that indicate ancient repairs or modifications. You can analyze wear patterns in stone streets with forensic detail, determining exactly where traffic was heaviest and how the pavement has eroded over 2 millennia. You can identify structural deformations in buildings that might not be visible to the naked eye but indicate instability or damage. The data contains far more information than any individual research project needs, which means it remains valuable for future studies that we haven't even imagined yet. But digital preservation isn't just about creating detailed measurements. It's about making Pompeii accessible to people who will never visit the physical site. Virtual reality experiences built from the LiDAR data allow users to walk through Pompeii's streets, enter buildings, look at frescoes up close, all from the comfort of wherever they happen to be. You can explore Pompeii from Tokyo, New York, Mumbai, or a classroom in rural Montana. The geographic and financial barriers to accessing cultural heritage are dramatically reduced when you can transmit it digitally, rather than requiring physical travel to Italy. The educational possibilities are genuinely exciting. A history teacher in Ohio can take students on a virtual field trip through Pompeii, pausing at interesting locations to discuss Roman culture, having students examine architectural details that would be impossible to see clearly from the restricted paths tourists walk on at the physical site. A researcher in Australia can study specific buildings without travel funding. A person with mobility limitations who couldn't physically navigate the uneven ancient streets can experience the site through VR. The democratization of access is real and valuable, even if it can't completely replace the experience of being physically present in an ancient space. There's something both wonderful and melancholy about this digital preservation. We're creating backups of Pompeii because we know the physical site is deteriorating and might not survive indefinitely. The frescoes are fading despite conservation efforts. Buildings collapse occasionally. There were several dramatic collapses in 2010 that triggered international outcry and emergency preservation funding. Weather, tourism, pollution, and simple age are slowly destroying the site. The digital archive is insurance against total loss, a hedge against the future where researchers and students might only be able to access Pompeii through its digital twin because the physical ruins have degraded beyond recognition or usefulness. The technology also creates possibilities for reconstruction that would be impossible or unethical with physical remains. Using the digital models, researchers can virtually reconstruct buildings that are now partial ruins, adding missing walls and roofs based on architectural analysis and comparison with intact structures. They can digitally restore frescoes that have faded in reality, showing what the colours might have looked like when freshly painted. They can populate the streets with digital Romans based on historical research, creating animated experiences that bring the dead city to life. These reconstructions are explicitly speculative. We're making informed guesses about missing elements, but they help modern audiences understand how the city functioned when it was inhabited rather than ruined. The ethical questions around digital reconstruction mirror debates about physical restoration. How much interpretation is acceptable before you cross the line from preservation into fabrication? If you digitally reconstruct a building where only the foundation remains, are you preserving knowledge or creating historical fiction? Different projects handle this differently. Some clearly mark reconstructed elements as hypothetical, using transparent materials or different colours to distinguish speculation from documented fact. Others create fully realistic reconstructions without clear visual distinction between what's archaeologically certain and what's educated guessing. The latter approach makes better immersive experiences but arguably misleads audiences about our actual knowledge levels. There's also the question of who controls these digital assets and how they're made available. The LiDAR data and resulting models are incredibly valuable. Scientifically, educationally, potentially commercially. Should they be freely available to anyone, following open access principles that maximize public benefit? Should they be restricted to researchers and educators, preventing commercial exploitation? Should the Italian government maintain exclusive control as the legal steward of Pompeii's heritage? Different stakeholders have different interests, and there's ongoing negotiation about licensing, access policies, and intellectual property rights for digital cultural heritage data. The creation of virtual Pompeii experiences has already spawned a small industry of VR applications and interactive exhibits. Some are serious educational tools created by museums and academic institutions. Others are more entertainment-focused, treating Pompeii as a setting for games or dramatic narratives. You can find VR experiences that let you walk through Pompeii with a guided tour narrated by historians. You can find ones where you're a Roman merchant going about daily business. There's even one, and this exists unfortunately, where you experience the eruption from a first-person perspective, which is either the most immersive history lesson ever created or deeply tasteless depending on your perspective on gamifying mass casualty events. The technology will inevitably improve, Current VR experiences are impressive but still noticeably artificial. The graphics aren't perfectly photorealistic, the interactions are limited, you can't touch or manipulate objects the way you could in reality. Future generations of this technology will be more sophisticated, more immersive, potentially indistinguishable from physical presence for users who've never visited the actual site. At some point, we'll reach a threshold where the digital experience is good enough that many people won't bother visiting the physical ruins, which creates a feedback loop where decreasing tourism reduces incentive and funding for physical preservation, potentially accelerating the decline of the actual site. This is simultaneously efficient. Why have millions of tourists trampling over fragile ruins when they could experience Pompeii digitally? And troubling, what's lost when we replace physical heritage sites with digital simulations? The question isn't whether we should create these digital archives. The preservation value alone justifies the effort, but rather how we balance physical and digital access, what we do when they conflict, and how we maintain awareness that the digital copy, no matter how detailed, isn't equivalent to the original. There's something irreducible about standing in an actual Roman street, touching stones that Romans touched, seeing authentic frescoes painted by ancient hands, experiencing the physical space in embodied ways that no digital simulation can replicate. The smell of old stone and volcanic soil, the texture of weathered surfaces, the temperature variations in shade and sun, the acoustic qualities of ancient spaces, none of this translates into virtual experience. The digital Pompeii is incredibly valuable, but it's a different thing than physical Pompeii. Not a replacement, but a complement. Now we need to talk about something that makes all of this preservation work feel urgent and necessary, beyond just normal deterioration. Vesuvius is still active, and it's not done with the Naples region. The volcano that destroyed Pompeii and Herculaneum in 79 CE has erupted roughly 36 times since then, most recently in 1944, and it will almost certainly erupt again. The question isn't if but when, and there are roughly 3 million people living in the potential impact zone, which is considerably more than the estimated 20,000 who lived in Pompeii when it was buried. Modern Naples sprawls across the landscape in all directions, including up the slopes of Vesuvius itself, because humans have this remarkable ability to see a dangerous volcano, study its history of regularly killing people, and decide to build a major metropolitan area right next to it anyway. The risk assessment is sobering. Vesuvius is classified as one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world, not because it's the most powerful, there are much bigger volcanoes elsewhere, but because of the combination of volcanic hazard and population density. A major eruption with modern populations would be catastrophic. The pyroclastic flows that destroyed Herculaneum travel at hundreds of kilometers per hour and would reach coastal areas within minutes. Ashfall would blanket the entire region, collapsing roofs, contaminating water supplies, disrupting all infrastructure. The death toll could potentially reach hundreds of thousands depending on eruption size, timing, and evacuation effectiveness. Modern volcanology has gotten much better at monitoring and prediction than ancient Romans, who had zero warning before the 79 CE eruption, beyond some earthquakes that they didn't recognize as volcanic precursors. Contemporary monitoring of Vesuvius is extensive and continuous. Seismometers detect earthquakes caused by magma movement underground. Every volcano shows increased seismic activity before erupting, and the patterns of earthquakes can indicate when magma is rising toward the surface. Ground deformation measurements use GPS and satellite radar to detect when the volcano's surface is swelling, which happens as magma accumulates beneath it. Gas sensors measure volcanic gases being released, and changes in gas composition can indicate that fresh magma is approaching the surface. The Italian government has developed evacuation plans for the Naples area, though implementing them would be a logistical nightmare. The plan involves evacuating roughly 700,000 people from the immediate red zone around the volcano within 72 hours of an eruption warning. That's nearly 750,000 people who need to leave their homes, taking their essential possessions and pets, using transportation infrastructure that already struggles with normal traffic, all while potentially in a state of panic if the evacuation is triggered by obvious volcanic activity. The plan exists and is regularly updated, but whether it would actually work in a real emergency is an open question that nobody wants to test, but everyone knows will eventually have to answer. The comparison to Pompeii is instructive and discouraging. In 79 CE, people had essentially no warning and no understanding of what was happening. Many died because they didn't know to evacuate immediately, or they tried to shelter in buildings that became death traps. Modern residents of Naples have the advantage of scientific monitoring and advance warning, but they face the disadvantage of vastly more complex infrastructure that could fail catastrophically during an eruption. Roads could become impassable. Electricity and communications could go down. Water systems could be contaminated. The very modernity that makes life comfortable in normal times creates vulnerabilities during disasters that ancient people didn't face. There's also the problem of complacency. Vesuvius hasn't erupted since 1944, nearly 80 years at this point. Multiple generations have lived their entire lives near an active volcano that hasn't done anything obviously dangerous in living memory. The psychological tendency is to assume that because it hasn't erupted recently it won't erupt soon, even though geology operates on timescales where 80 years is a blink, and previous eruption intervals have been centuries long. Some people living near Vesuvius are actively concerned and have plans to evacuate at the first sign of trouble. Others are fatalistic, figuring that if the volcano erupts there's nothing they can do anyway, so why worry? Still others simply don't think about it on a daily basis because constant awareness of existential threats is psychologically exhausting and incompatible with normal life. The official warning system is designed to provide days of advance notice before an eruption, based on increasing seismic activity, ground deformation, and gas emissions that precede volcanic events. But there's inherent uncertainty in volcanic prediction. The warning signals might be unambiguous and give plenty of time for evacuation, or they might be ambiguous, leading to debate about whether evacuation is necessary. Or the volcano might behave unpredictably, escalating faster than expected. The worst-case scenario is a false alarm that triggers a massive, expensive evacuation, and then nothing happens, undermining public trust and making people less likely to evacuate for the next warning, which could be the real one. Pompeii itself sits in the potential impact zone for a future eruption, which creates the grimly ironic possibility that the ruins we've spent centuries excavating and studying could be buried again by the same volcano that preserved them in the first place. The archaeological site has some protection because it's not densely populated. There are no residential buildings on the ruins, but a major eruption could bury it in new ash, destroy exposed structures, ruin frescoes that have survived 2 millennia. All the preservation work, all the research, all the careful excavation could be undone in a single day if Vesuvius decides to have a repeat performance. This threat makes the digital preservation work seem even more urgent. If the physical site might be destroyed by future volcanic activity, the digital archive becomes not just nice to have, but potentially the only surviving record of Pompeii as we know it today. The LiDAR scans, the CT data, the photographic documentation, the research findings, all of this needs to be carefully preserved in multiple locations, backed up, maintained in formats that will remain readable as technology evolves. Digital preservation is easier than physical preservation in some ways. You can make perfect copies, distribute them geographically, store them in ways that don't require constant environmental control. But it's also challenging because digital formats become obsolete, storage media degrades, and maintaining digital archives requires ongoing funding and technical expertise. The paradox of Pompeii has always been that the catastrophe that destroyed it also preserved it. The volcanic eruption killed thousands of people and buried an entire city, but that burial protected the ruins from weathering, looting, and the kind of gradual decay that erased most other Roman cities from the landscape. We know more about daily life in Pompeii than we do about Rome itself, the imperial capital, because Rome kept being inhabited and modified for 2,000 years, while Pompeii was sealed in time. The destruction created preservation. The end created a beginning for archaeology and our understanding of the ancient world. That paradox continues in the modern era. The ongoing volcanic threat that endangers Pompeii and the surrounding population also motivates the intensive monitoring, preservation, and documentation efforts. If Vesuvius were extinct and no threat, there might be less urgency around digital preservation, less funding for cutting-edge scanning technology, less impetus to create comprehensive archives before disaster strikes again. The danger focuses resources and attention in ways that a perfectly safe archaeological site might not inspire. There's also a broader meditation here about how we relate to the past and what we think preservation means. Are we trying to freeze Pompeii in its current state forever, maintaining the ruins exactly as they were when we found them? That's impossible. Everything changes, everything decays, and even the most intensive preservation efforts can only slow deterioration, not stop it entirely. Are we trying to reconstruct Pompeii as it was in 79 CE, restoring buildings and adding missing elements to recreate the ancient city? That raises questions about authenticity. And how much reconstruction turns archaeology into historical theme park? Are we trying to document and study Pompeii before it's lost, accepting that the physical site will eventually decay or be destroyed, but preserving knowledge about it for future generations? That's perhaps the most realistic approach, though it feels like managed decline rather than triumphant preservation. The truth is probably that we're doing all of these things simultaneously, without perfect coordination or consistent philosophy, because different stakeholders have different goals, and there's no universal agreement about what preservation should mean. Conservators want to stabilize physical remains and prevent further decay. Archaeologists want to excavate and study areas that haven't been explored yet. Digital specialists want to create comprehensive scans and models. Museum curators want to display artifacts and tell compelling stories. Local governments want tourist revenue and international prestige. Descendants of Romans, in the cultural if not genetic sense, want their heritage respected and protected. All of these goals are reasonable, and they sometimes conflict, requiring negotiations and compromises that satisfy nobody completely, but allow the work to continue. What's certain is that Pompeii continues to teach us things, both about the ancient world and about ourselves. The ruins show us what Roman life looked like in a provincial city at the height of empire. The excavation history shows us how archaeological methods and priorities have evolved over 2 centuries. The preservation challenges show us how difficult it is to maintain cultural heritage in a world of limited resources and competing demands. The ethical debates around human remains show us that our relationship with the dead is complicated and contentious. The digital preservation efforts show us how technology changes what's possible in cultural heritage work. And the looming volcanic threat reminds us that nature is powerful, indifferent to human concerns, and perfectly capable of undoing everything we build and preserve. Vesuvius is waiting. It might erupt next year, next decade, next century. The monitoring systems will hopefully provide warning. The evacuation plans will hopefully work. The digital archives will hopefully preserve knowledge even if physical preservation fails. But there are no guarantees, and the uncertainty is part of what makes Pompeii such a powerful symbol. It's